Well, good morning, Tracy.
Well, good morning to you, Larry.
My name's Larry Husky. I'm the director of the part-time bowler store. I'm sitting here with Tracy Palmero. You can see her banner hanging down there. Tracy has been a great friend to bowlers here in St. Louis. This is the second big event that you've sponsored. This being the biggest for sure. And we are so happy to have you be a part of what's going on in our bowling community. And you know, I say that community. I know that you're here advertising and promoting Tracy Palmero, real estate agent, but you know, you and I being friends now for quite a while, I know it's a lot more than that. And you've said it multiple times in various different things that you've done on Facebook that community is important to you.
It is.
You don't want to just sell a home. You want to create a community of friends and neighbors. And we thankfully have become your friends and neighbors here at the Part-Time Bowler Store. So Tracy, tell people what's going on with you, and tell them a little bit about what brought you to this point and the way you sponsor. Because bowling is not the only thing you sponsor.
No.
I know that you just gave a huge check to the Children's Miracle Network. What, $10,000 or something like that?
I did.
Fantastic, great charity. So why don't you tell people a little bit about what got you to this point, and then tell them who you are and where you are and how they get a hold of you.
Well, thank you so much, Larry. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to support an organization such as this and an event such as this. Again, you mentioned community, and community is the number one reason why I do what I do. It is my why. You know, a strong community makes a great place to live, and I don't sell houses. I sell dreams, goals, ambitions, community, and the opportunity for investment and generational wealth. So for me, building a strong community is the number one reason why I do what I do. So that's why I support Children's Miracle Network. A portion of all of my commissions goes directly to Children's Miracle Network, and the opportunity to support events like this in the community is wonderful for me. I support local schools and a lot of different charitable activities. So this is super exciting for me to see these guys out here and gals out here doing what they do so well. And yeah, it's a great way to spend a Saturday.
Well, I'm glad that you're able to. I know you got a very busy day. I know that you're going to be showing a home here in the very near hour or two. We're grateful that you're going to be out here. You've done something for bowling fans. She's done something that's really spectacular, and we don't hear it a lot. It was a great idea, and I'm glad she came up with it. But today, 8 games of qualifying. Championship tomorrow with bracket play and match play, and Tracy asked me a really simple question. She said, well, what do they win on Saturday? And I said they get to pick the last place casher. And she said, what about money? And I said, well, I mean, they can get their money on Sunday. She goes, so they don't get to make any money on Saturday? I said, well, they have side action and things. She goes, well, what does the winner get? And I said, well, we've never really looked at it that way. She goes, well, is there somebody who wins? I said, technically. And she said, well, I want to give them $500. So she's going to give somebody today, man or woman, $500 just for being the leading qualifier. Now, keep in mind, she already gave $3,500 to the tournament. So we certainly appreciate that, and the bowlers do as well. It's something that we don't get a chance to do very often, and I mean, I certainly couldn't do it out of my regular prize fund on a regular tournament, so we're very grateful that we have a sponsor that's willing to come up with a great idea like that. And
well, it was my pleasure, and I also have a surprise award today as well. So
for the leading qualifier?
Well, no, it's a surprise, Larry. I'm not even going to tell you about it.
Okay, well, I like surprises. But let's get back a little bit to the action. Tracy, you're sitting here with me. You're watching right now. There's Matt Russo, who is a PBA player, and a good one. Here in front of us on lanes 21 and 22. This is Jason Schaefer, who is on our left lane right now, another left-hander. It also looks like we're bowling with, I think it's Joey Damon, and I don't have a full list in front of me just yet. They left it at the other place. We're actually doing 2 types of streams today. We're Facebook Live on my Facebook page where I've tagged you in, so your friends will see all that information. And then obviously I also tagged and posted the link for 10-Pin TV, which we're very grateful to have Todd Stewart here today, who's offered to come down and help us. And he's got an incredible setup here. We're going to have Alina and Craig Matthews are going to join us here pretty soon, and I'm going to step out because they are the real pros at this. And then they'll be able to. Tracy will be able to step in between both the streams as she's allowed to with her work schedule, because she is working today as well as here sponsoring this. So our other bowler, there he got outside that was not a shot you want to see you make on a double. Larry Larson, a very good left-hander, got into the no man's land. There's Pete Weber on lane 24.
And he got it.
They're bowling on a modified house shot. It's 42 foot long. It's 30 mils, which is a little heavier than a regular house shot. A regular house shot is usually 24 to 25 mils. It is 42 foot. There is a little bit extra in there. He'd come back. He just got the ball out a little bit. He may have even hit his ankle. I'm not quite sure. But so we're hoping that on 8 games with a lot of friction that the pair normally, the lanes, because they're wood, would normally pick up, that the lanes will hold up a little bit better than they would on a regular house shot with so much friction, which is what makes the ball actually hook.
Okay.
Is it bouncing
in and out, so trying to go back and forth. Where's the lane grab at?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Hey, hi everybody. Craig Matthews here. We're doing a live stream on the Match Play Championships at Concord Bowl, and Tracy Palmero is the sponsor. She works for I think it's Remax? Remax, that's what it is. So if you need anything, you go ahead and talk to Tracy Palmero about your family's needs for a house, refinancing, everything you need. Looks like we've been having maybe... the scoring is all over the place. I think when I bowled here, I throw slow, so I have problems. But it looks like it's a decent shot for some people. Lefties may have a little bit of an advantage, but there's a lot of left-handers here, so that may come into play later. Let's see where we at. Okay. Yeah, we're in the ninth frame, coming into the last frames of the... What game is this? Game one. First game. Looks pretty even. There's Pete Weber. He's playing. Jason Schaefer's here. See if I know anybody else right offhand that I can see. I don't see anybody else right now that I've seen. Dan always does a good job with this center as well as with St. Charles Lanes. He's a good guy. I see Dave Cummings here too somewhere.
Yeah.
And Jen Radilla's here.
Jen Mesky now.
Oh, Mesky now. Oh, okay. Well, I never knew her married name. And we got here a little late today. Traffic was not friendly. Saw a few old friends I haven't seen in, one kid I met. He bowled in high school league with my son, and I haven't seen him since high school league, and my son's 39. So you can tell how many years ago that's been. Yeah, it looks like they're pretty much all coming up. They're pretty much all coming up to the end of the first game, heading into the second. The scores don't seem to be, well, there's a 263 game, which is kind of a weird score, but.
I see a lot of 150s, and I feel like I never see that at Concord Bowl.
That's what I was thinking.
There's a lot of 150s, 180s, 170s.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm. I love it, though.
Eddie had a clean 235, so shout out,
Is Eddie here?
Yeah, he's bowling with Pete.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Dad, I told you.
Hey, I'm old. Leave me alone.
I did beat Eddie in the first.
You asked me what I did 30 years ago, and I'll tell you. Don't ask me what I did 2 days ago.
I did beat Eddie last night in the first game of league, but then he shot 300, so that's all. I'll just go back to the first game.
Well, you lost focus the last two, and you know it.
Yeah, well.
She got excited. Marked it in her calendar.
She listened to Dad and shot 209 the first game.
Yeah, and then he left.
Yes, I did. I went home and went to bed.
And for you, it's a little full.
All right, thanks.
Oh, thank you for the soda, Elena and Andrea. My wife's running for drinks right now. But it looks like the scoring is just like I said, all over the place. Anywhere from there's a 230 with a 163. It's just all over the place. Jason Schaefer's, he's one of the best left-handers in the St. Louis area.
Lauren, why aren't you bowling?
I am actually going wedding dress shopping tomorrow. So
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to risk missing that over bowling because I think bowling's always going to be there. But
Exactly.
wedding dress shopping is not always going
No.
to be there. So, and I have a little bit of work to do. I leave for Peru on Wednesday with Team USA. So
Right.
I'm trying to get Matt all settled because the girls start traveling next weekend. And I'd rather not stress while I'm in Peru with probably no international service.
Yeah.
Who's coaching Team USA now?
Brian O'Keefe is coaching Team USA. Kelly Kulik is coaching Junior Team USA.
Oh, okay. The last I heard, it was Don Janello.
I think that was way before my time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Because the only coaches.
Well, Fred Borden did it at
Yep.
first.
Yep. I remember
then-
Fred.
That was when the ABC had the RCI program.
Yep.
The Registered Coach Instructor,
Yeah. Yeah.
which I got. And that's
then-
when USBC said, okay, you can't be a gold coach. You can, just because you're an RCI, you have to come back in as a bronze. And then spent $2,500 to get back to where you were.
Yeah.
I went, no.
Yeah, I
So-
remember just USBC. I don't think I was thought of with ABC. I'm younger than a lot of people think. So, yeah, so I've been kind of working and
Jerry, gosh darn it, what was her name? Jerry. You remember the skinny little girl? Great bowler. She was coaching Team USA for a while.
Oh.
So was Kim Terrell. And I forget her married name.
Kearney.
Yes. And then, CBD was there for a while too. Because I talked to Carolyn about that in Kansas City.
Yeah, now her daughter's on junior team and in college now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Alyssa.
I'm real sorry to see her hubby, Dell.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
doing well,
sorry.
though.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Hanging in there.
I think I'll see them in 2 weeks. We're going to Tulsa with Carolyn and Dell and all them.
Yeah.
Oh,
so.
awesome.
Yeah, we had a fun time hanging out in the bar in Kansas City when Boomer and, Leanne Barrett Hulsenberg, that's Boomer.
Yes.
Gary's a buddy, and he introduced us to her, and she's a sweetie. She really is a sweetheart. And we went in the bar and sat with Linda Norrie Barnes, and Carolyn Dorn Ballard, Dell, Jeff Lizzie, and his wife, Kathy Dorn Lizzie. And, oh, doggone it. Who did you bowl college with that married Parker Bone? Beamish. Leslie Beamish.
Leslie, yeah.
Gosh, I couldn't think of her name. And,
You bowled with Leslie?
Yeah.
No.
Well, in the high school collegiate.
She was in college. I was in high school.
Oh, okay.
And we won a tournament together
Oh.
as a collegiate when they all used to come here.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Don't they do that here anymore?
They haven't hosted it in a while.
Oh, wow.
Well, Philip Watson's in front of us, and him and Eddie won the
Southside doubles.
Yeah, Southside. I was like
Couple
trying to think of the
weekends
name.
ago,
Like Southside doubles. Yes.
Yeah, Philip has been on a roll. He made a regional show a couple weeks ago prior to the Southside doubles. Won Southside doubles with Eddie again.
Yeah.
I've been off the lanes for 18 months because of wrist surgery, so I'm a little out of it and out of touch with who's bowling where and what.
Yeah.
Lauren, I see your brother.
Yeah, he made the trip down he lives in Iowa now with his girlfriend, so he made the trip down
We're in Iowa.
Cedar Rapids.
Okay.
Yeah, she coaches Mount Mercy in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. She coaches the men's team. So he lives there with her, and he came down last night.
All right, Lauren, I'm going to ask you, what's your last name?
My last name is Pate.
Pate.
Oh,
Her
okay.
brother's Nick Pate.
Yep.
Okay.
It will soon be Russo.
Soon to be Russo. Everyone calls me Lauren Russo, and I said, nope, not yet.
Doesn't Russo live close to you?
They both do. They live less than a mile from us.
Yeah,
Well,
she
yeah.
watches our cats.
Yes.
Her and Eddie watch our cats.
Well, I've never met you before, Lauren. I know
Yeah.
you're soon to be.
Yeah. So funny story, Eddie actually discovered the leak from the upstairs neighbor's apartment from cat sitting.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't know if the cat keeps peeing in the same spot or what's going on. And the next day, the ceiling came down.
Yeah, we came. I don't even know where we were coming back from. I think it was
yeah, I
during the
remember-
tour season
yeah, I think
for
so,
me.
yeah.
And we came home, and there was a ceiling tile just gone. So we discovered that there was a leak upstairs, and we had to rip up the carpet and do all that fun stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Adcock from Springfield's Bowling
Yeah.
on
Where at?
17 and 18.
Oh, is he?
He lives in Springfield, but he comes here for almost every tournament, so.
Oh, there was a good hit. I know a lot of people by face, but I don't remember names anymore.
So, Lauren, funny story, because Eddie's back in gym pants like normal, and he bowled last weekend, and he actually wore dress pants.
I know. I saw that. I was like, look
and
at you, Eddie.
And Matt goes, oh, I'm so proud of you. He had a belt on and everything.
Yeah, he was looking nice. Professional.
Right. And now he's back to a T-shirt and gym pants.
Eddie Bird with dress pants on. I just don't think it fits.
He has nice ones. I mean, we got the Adidas ones. They were like $60, and then I got him some Greg Norman ones. I mean, he owns all the stuff. He just chooses not to wear it.
He likes being comfortable. Let him alone.
Oh, as soon as he gets home from work, that's the first thing he does. He goes in and puts on a T-shirt and sweatpants.
And your dogs love it.
Right.
Have you seen her white boxers?
I have. I actually have only seen one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the other. I don't know which one I saw
You
either.
probably saw Lucy. She's the one that,
Is social.
yeah.
Oh, my
well,
God.
the other one is fat and doesn't care.
Yeah, the run of the family is the biggest one.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the run of the litter, but
I can't see that guy's name. Jackson. Okay. Yeah, we've been trying to get the newspaper
okay, that guy's
back running
shirt says
again.
Monty Python.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that.
I was laughing.
I've never seen a sleeveless bowling shirt like that.
Well, just use scissors.
No, that isn't just use scissors because it's got the ticking around it, so that's made that way.
What is this live stream under? It's on YouTube? Okay.
Yeah.
I actually tagged you on Facebook
Oh.
with the link, so if you want to,
Yeah.
What, did you tag the family?
I
My dad was wondering, so.
I tagged
Okay.
you and Lauren.
All right, well, I'll...
So you don't have to. It's going to go to your page. Since I
Okay.
tagged you, everyone
Okay.
that you're friends with, it will go with.
All right. Well, I told Jamie about it. So I've been coaching my cousin's youngest son. I guess third or fourth cousin, I don't know. Two-handed left-hander. He's coming along really good. So I told his mom, my other cousin or whatever, and hopefully they're tuning in.
Oh, Brad Miller's here.
Yeah, so is Ty.
I
Where's
heard
Brad at?
that Brad Miller moved to St. Louis.
Oh, he
I
is?
don't know. That is what he told Nick last night.
Oh.
So I feel we might have some more Brad Miller appearances at tournaments around here.
Well, he didn't tell me, so I'm going to be mad.
I think. Don't quote me. I might be wrong.
I'll find out.
Well, him and Kyle still have the Facebook page.
Yeah. Well, the YouTube, yes.
Or YouTube, yeah. I haven't seen Kyle for a while. Of course, not going around bowling alleys anymore because of doing other things. I'm a little bit out of touch. Where did you see Brad at?
You'll see him. He's on 15 and 16 in a minute.
Oh, okay.
He's wearing a black hat.
Yeah, he's wearing a hat.
Okay.
Usually you can spot him with the bald head, but
Right. Right.
now we're looking for a black hat.
I remember when he bowled here in league
Yeah.
that year.
He's my schmutzy.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going back to bowling like I did when I was younger, but I was an idiot. Messed up my left knee after knee surgery.
There he is, Dad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there he is. Oh, he's lost some weight.
And Lauren, you would know, Ronnie Fujita, he bowled college.
Linwood.
Yeah, he did bowl Linwood. Okay,
Yep.
that's what I thought.
And I believe he's back home in California now. I saw him last week and we were kind of chatting, and I think he did move back home to California with his family.
I feel like the collegiate bowlers all blend together because Eddie ran the pro shop for so long,
Yeah.
so I always knew that, but I can't remember who was what.
For me, I have to keep track of who bowled with who at what time.
Yes.
Because there's so many different age
Right.
range, and I'm like,
Yep.
sure.
Yeah, TJ's here too. Terry Jones, he's down on, 7, 8, maybe 9. And a lot of these guys bowled with my son in the JBC leagues and all. Yeah, a lot of people I know by face, but I ain't worth a darn with names.
So Lauren, where's Matt actually from?
He is from New Jersey, Central Jersey, about an hour south of the city, New York City.
Sounds like he was close to Chuck Pisano.
He's neighbors with Parker Bone, basically. So that
Okay.
area. He went to school in Orlando area, and then we met, and he moved to St. Louis with me. Well, I did grad school, and then we're here at least for another couple years. His family actually just opened a bowling center.
Yeah, I was going to say they opened a bowling center, yeah.
Rev Rates over in Howell Township. Training during the day, parties at night. They got Specto, they got Torch, they have Spark, they have everything that you can think of to go train there.
I got a chance to play golf with Parker Bone one time.
Yeah.
He's a nice
great
guy.
Yes, he's a great guy.
He is a nice guy.
That Matt is, that's basically Matt's second dad. Huge mentor towards Matt. Has helped him throughout his whole bowling career.
And I don't expect him to remember me.
Yes.
It was
He
Bobby
might be one of the
Becker.
nicest people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And his son, Justin, is so nice, too.
Yep.
See, I don't know his kids.
Well, Eddie's been bowling at... Eddie's the old dude bowling with Ryan Barnes and Justin Bowe now.
Yeah. Justin is back home. He attended Wichita for a year. He's working at Rev Rates. Brandon is just in his freshman year at Mount Mercy. And then the younger Sydney Bone, she is currently looking at colleges. So,
Yeah, I was wondering because Justin was at Wichita, and then when they had Bowler's Journal where they had everybody on there, I didn't see him on there. And I just saw Justin 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even think to ask him.
yeah. So
Yeah,
now
they were-
he's back
ahead.
home.
Yeah, they were having a regional tournament in Blue Springs at Lunar Bowl. And they had a golf thing with it. And Pete played, and he's a heck of a golfer. And so is Parker.
Yes.
They're very good. I think he's a one handicap maybe. But Bobby Becker, who him and his sister used to own Imperial Bowl. And then Bob DeBrock was, I think he was state secretary for a while for the ABC here in Missouri. And then me. Parker was a little dubious at first, but then he started razzing me like everybody else did. And that was a lot of fun.
Well, back when Dad was bowling, he was vice president for St. Louis USBC. That's why.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, no, ABC, because then I became just a director.
Okay, well, I still call it USBC. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to get the newspaper started up again, but it takes a lot of money, and nobody wants to spend the funds right now. Because we haven't published in 10 years. So I'd like to bring it back.
These corner pins are brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Just in back here, wrap 10, wrap 10, wrap 7.
Well, if you look at the marker on the right for right-handers, you have to be one board to the left of that marker or on the marker solid, or you're not going to carry.
But there's also no mercy for the splits. If you go high, it's not knocking it out.
Yeah.
You might 9-pin then if you go high.
Right.
There's a lot more strings this round. Well, this game.
Yeah, I see that.
Who knows what transition will be like, though. I feel I might get some.
Is this one on a pattern, or was it a house shot?
They modified the house shot from my
modified,
understanding.
okay.
I believe it's a 6-1, so probably more oil in the front,
Right.
lane to hold up with how many bowlers there are. Yeah, they look hard.
Well, I feel like it looks like it's feast or famine. Either you're striking or you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peaches looks like he left the big 4.
He didn't bowl well the first game.
Yeah, I didn't see you score the first game.
I think he had a chance at 160.
Oh,
160 to 180, I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not happy.
Well, I went down to tell him hi, and Renee goes, "Don't talk to him right now." I was like, "Okay, I'll come back."
I've been trying to tell him to smile more. So every time he sees me, he smiles. And I'm like, yes, every time you throw a shot, just turn around and start smiling.
If Mad Pete is in the house, you don't talk to him. You just let him go. Actually, I was talking to his daughter last night.
Is she at school somewhere? Did she transfer? I know she was at Weber International for a couple years.
Oh, I'm talking about his actual children.
Oh, actual children. I don't know if I know his.
You would not.
Yeah.
So his children, Nikki and Ashley Marie. Nikki is a teacher, 8th grade language arts in the Rittner School District. And Ashley works for, it's like Royal Cotton. It's like some sheets or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, she works for them. Nikki has 2 kids. And then Ashley, I think, has 4. Well, she has 3 on her own and then 1 with her husband. Mm-hmm. She kind of adopted her. So, yeah, they're busy.
Real quick, let's do a little commercial for Tracy Palmero from Remax. She's the sponsor of the tournament today, the Match Play Championship here at Concord Bowl. So for all your realtor needs, go ahead and give Tracy a call. Phone number is 314-803-6245. And now the big question. You said you're with Team USA, right? Mm-hmm. And you're going to Peru?
I am.
Now, is that going to be live cast or podcasted or?
I am not sure. I know their scores online. Our team manager, Kendra Cameron Curry, has been great with live stream. She was great with the ladies and guys who went to Brazil. So there might be some live stream on her Facebook page. But once I probably find out if there is, I for sure will share it.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever been to Peru?
I have not. The only time I've ever been out of the country was actually this time last year. I was in Colombia. That was my first time. And then Matt and I went to Cancun for graduation.
Oh, yeah, I remember, yeah.
And so this is my third time.
Oh, good.
Do you know the official food of Peru?
I do not.
It's called cuy,
What is it?
guinea pig.
Oh, okay. I know. I was talking with Laura Barrett, and she's
Yeah, I was
like,
going to say Laura would tell you, but
raw fish, and I'm like, I can't do raw fish.
well, it's called ceviche. It's not really ceviche. If you get to try it, it's really good. So if you eat sushi, it's fish, but they cook it in lime juice.
Oh,
So it's like marinated
Yeah.
fish, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, cuy is their official dish.
I guess you could call it cured fish.
Yeah, I guess. For the
Because
ceviche, yeah.
It's cooked with acid rather than heat
Right.
or salt. Who's all on Team USA this year?
Oh, we have, so traveling to Peru, we have Danielle McEwen, Brianna Cote, Bree Clemmer, Stephanie Zavala, who just won the tour
Yeah,
championship.
she just won the championships.
Yep, myself and Jordan Richard.
Oh, nice.
So a pretty stacked team. Going to Australia next month for the World Cup World Championship is Brianna Cote, Jordan Richard, Danielle McEwen, and Stephanie Johnson. It'll be Stephanie Johnson's last Team USA event. So I'm curious to see kind of what
she's
these
getting
girls.
off?
Her and Shannon are retiring after this
okay.
year.
Yeah. Stephanie Johnson, Eddie's BFF.
Yes. Stephanie Nation.
Right. Well, I don't really know if it's Stephanie or Chris, her husband, like, which is funny because he goes by CJ. So whenever Eddie says, I talked to CJ, I'm like, is that my brother or is that Chris Johnson? Like, I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, in watching the girls bowl, I don't know who. I always thought Jordan Richard turned the ball really well,
Yeah.
Yes.
but I think Zavala turns it a heck of a lot more.
Yes.
My God, she's got some ribs on that ball.
So, Lauren, you'll find this funny. There used to be a guy that drilled bowling balls here in St. Louis named Jordan Richard.
Yeah.
So,
You know what? I have heard that.
oh, my God. He was like, why did this girl become famous? Because it's really ruining everything.
That's funny. To kind of go off of that, I have always told my brothers that they cannot marry a Lauren because I'm the only Lauren Pate
Exactly.
in the family.
Right.
And if they become more famous, then we might have some problems.
Me, oh my, oh me, oh my. Yeah, Tim Barrett's bowling down there too.
Well, they're finishing up the second game. I'm trying to look. Philip Watson on a roll.
Oh yeah.
The
Well,
scores aren't really super high, though. They're just kind of,
Got a 220 here, 190.
Yeah.
well, we're gonna have probably a 240, 260. Yeah, we got 260 on.
17, 18.
Yeah, 17 and 18. Bowler C.
Cameron Doyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't remember names. I know who it is. I know him
Yeah.
because I've seen him.
The youngest person to shoot 300.
I think there's someone younger now.
Oh, now there is. He was. Remember,
Yes.
he was originally.
Yeah, Cameron Doyle was a huge standout when I was a youth bowler. And he's still a St. Louis local standout as well. He bowls a lot of these tournaments.
Yeah, he's not from here, though.
Nope, he's from somewhere in Tennessee. I know that. He recently got married. His wife works at the Enterprise Center.
Oh.
And she just graduated from McKendree, I believe, this past May.
Ouch.
Well, I talked to Luke Pearl the other day, and he said St. Louis is interesting and put a bid in for the national tournament here in St. Louis to come here to St. Louis.
No, that would be crazy.
That's pretty cool.
That would be
is cool.
nice. He was talking about, I guess the old Ram Stadium, whatever they call it now. Who's Enterprise Center? Is that?
I
That's
thought
where
it's
the Blues
Dome
play.
of Americas
Okay.
or something like that.
Yeah, well, there's America's Dome where the Rams used to play.
Yeah.
Is
But
that
you're
what
talking.
it is?
Well,
Because that's where I think he was talking about. Because he said it's sitting there not being used. They could build the lanes right there.
that would be America, not Enterprise, because Enterprise is where the Blues play, so
Right.
they could do
Well,
it
I
at
don't-
where the Rams used to play.
Yeah, I didn't know what they called it. I'm not a football fan either.
I love football.
Well, he played football, but then he got mad at the whole kneeling and everything, so.
Oh,
Being a veteran, that was an insult. So I'll leave it at that.
Speaking of people that bowled with CJ, my brother, not yours, Chase Rhodes.
Yeah. Is he here too?
Yeah, he's right there on 17 and 18.
No, okay.
He just missed the 4-pin. Sorry. And he was like, what the hell just happened?
That's it. Make sure everybody knows that he messed up. Oh, now you're gonna make me. Oh, now you're gonna make me. You're gonna make me put my glasses on so I can see all these squiggly little lines.
we got some score updates after game one.
Yes, we do. Let's see. First place is Jason Mendenhall with a 263. Oh, Tony Resnick's bowling.
Yes.
I didn't see him. Maybe he's in second with a 247. Brad Bowman with a 243. My son's brother-in-law, Derek Matson, at 243. Rob Gillen, he had 236. Eddie Bird, 235. Josh Browning, 235. Joe Gronfeld of Louisville, Kentucky, shot 231. Don Hyatt was 227. And Chris Taylor from St. Louis was 226, was in 10th.
Not zoomed in. I want the word.
So, Lauren, before you ever came to St. Louis, my dad and I used to do a bowling show
Oh, that's cool.
on the radio, which is why he remembers the advertisers. And so it was
That's
just
so cool.
originally when I was in college bowling, I did a show with Bo Burton,
Okay.
Dick Weber.
Okay.
I did one with them, and a lady named Barb Thorberg, who was a well-known professional bowler.
She was the first woman in St. Louis to shoot 800.
Yeah, so
And
then
that's why she's in the National Hall of Fame and the local.
we revisited that
yeah.
with Iggy Strode because he worked at a radio station, so we did a bowling show, and then I brought Dad in. I don't even
Yeah.
know why, but it was funny because our two most guests that were on there the most was Jason Belmonte and Deandra Asbatti.
Oh, that's pretty
They
cool.
were like
That's a good
Jason,
guess.
Jason every week was like, "Can I just be on your show?" Okay, that's fine.
That's
Well,
pretty
we
cool.
did do. What was her first name?
Well, it was really easy to get Pete as a guest. Like if I
Oh,
had to
yeah.
get somebody, I'd be like,
Yeah.
"Hey, Pete, can you?" Okay.
I'll tell you what's embarrassing. When I came back to bowling, I could only take one step.
Yeah.
And who am I bowling in league with? On the same team. Pete Weber. Thank you.
Oh, no.
That was horrible. I was so embarrassed.
So speaking of Pete, so Pete's a big rule follower, believe it or not. He knows every rule of every bowling and everything. Last night, there was a pin in the gutter, and one of the guys says, "Can I get that out?" And the lady goes, "We can bowl with it." I go, "Actually, you can't. It's illegal if you throw a ball." She goes, "And who are you?" I said, "I'm the person that knows the rules." And she goes, "Well, we don't care." And I said, "Well, put it back where it belongs." And the guy goes, "Can I just go get your deadwood?" And she goes, "Apparently it's an issue for her." And I was like, "Okay, whatever."
Oh, that's always the case.
Pete's rule is if there's a pin in the gutter, don't bowl, and you better be up when it's your turn. He always says you better be meeting the person as they're walking off the lane.
Oh, he was meeting me when I bowled with him the last set at Southside Doubles. He was always ready to go.
Oh yeah, that's
Yes,
his
he
belief. When somebody's walking off the lane, you better be up to bowl.
Dave Cummings looks very confused right now.
Yeah.
With a nice, I believe, 160.
Right.
I think the lanes are starting to kind of transition. The fronts are hooking a lot more, and balls are bucketing. 245.
I mean, really, he had 167 and he only had 1-9 miss and a chop.
I'll tell you a funny story about Pete. Bowling at St. Charles Lanes in League Thursday nights. Alina shoots 300, Pete shoots 235. And she finishes up, like I said, with a 300. And I look at the guy sitting next to me and I go, man, I better step up my game. She's only one behind me now. She's got 6. And Pete looked at me and he goes, what are you going to do, take 2 steps? But if you ever bowl a league with Pete, Alina's right. When it's your turn, you better be ready.
He bowls Wednesday nights up here on Josh Browning's and Don
we used to
Griffin's
bowl
team.
in that league.
Yeah, and we bowl Wednesday nights now. We haven't bowled them yet, so I'm curious to see what it's going to be like when we do bowl him. He gets about 20 pins of handicap, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ah, poor Philip Watson. Open in the first, open in the 10th, 263.
I've always been told.
We had a 265 on C over there on 17 and 18. What else we got?
But then you look, you go down 160, 150.
Yeah. And across from it is 186. Looks like about another 150 game.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 190. Well, maybe 204, 203. Yeah, 203. Oh! Hi, Tracy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
You know what? I'm having a great time. Amazing what some of these bowlers are doing today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, people don't realize that bowling is actually a sport. People don't understand that. I'm going to be nasty. I'm going to say, let's say you weigh 140 pounds.
Okay.
Okay? I don't care how much you weigh, but let's just say you weigh 140. And you're going to bowl, and you're going to use a 14-pound ball.
Okay.
Okay? Now, just to prove to you that it's a sport, that ball weighs 10% of your body weight. All right? Now, think of yourself, if you bowl 3 games from the first set of dots and never get a strike, you're going to throw, just on the lanes now, that's just nothing else, you're going to walk 15 feet and throw that ball. All right?
Okay.
If you do 3 games, that's 30 feet of frame. That's 300 feet a game.
Okay.
All right?
Okay. I'm doing math in my head.
Right. Now think about that for a second. 300 feet, isn't that 100 yards? Okay. Now you're going to walk 300 yards in 3 games.
Okay.
You're going to be taking 3 digits.
Right.
And you're going to be carrying 10% of your body weight. Swinging it.
Right.
Okay. For 900 yards.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Now think about that for a second.
I think my score is about 72.
Well, it doesn't matter, but think about that. If you were in school and a coach said, here, take 10% of your weight and swing it on the end of your arm and walk 900 yards, you'd have told him to go fly up a rope.
Right. You're right.
And that's why bowling really truly is a sport.
So it's something that I think about bowling is that it's enjoyed by people of all ages.
Oh, yeah.
You know, men, women, kids. You can do this from the time that you're little to the time that you're, you know.
Well, there's only
Way
two
up there.
sports that you can do that in, and that's golf and bowling.
There you go.
But the big difference between the two and all other sports is, let's say you were playing flag football in a women's flag football league.
Okay.
Are you going to play against a professional?
No, probably not.
Never. You probably never even see them. Mm-hmm. Let's say you're in a softball league or a baseball league. You're not going to play with professionals.
No.
But in bowling, you can play with professionals. They are so available to you.
I've noticed that.
Yeah.
This is not my first event that I've sponsored here, and it's the largest one that I've sponsored so far, but I have met some of the nicest people. And what you're saying about being available, it's absolutely true. They're so gracious.
Oh, yeah.
And it's amazing to me. They talk about how great the other bowlers are.
Oh, yeah.
They don't talk about how great they are.
Well, that's the thing. You know, everybody talks about Pete, and if you talk to anybody, you're going to get either he's a real butthead or he's a nice guy. Now, I like Pete. Bowling with Pete, I understand Pete. His mother was a doll. She was just a wonderful lady. Pardon me. And there's three P's. I had the chance to put him into the Hall of Fame here in St. Louis. And how, you know, with Pete's reputation as a bad boy, his mother and his brother John are sitting right in front of me, and I'm doing the oral presentation of Pete. And you can do this with any professional bowler. You have three of whoever they are. We were in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the Masters, and Pete just shot a 157 game. Now, think how most of these people would react when they shoot a 157 game. And Pete's no different. Everybody gets mad like that. Well, I was watching Pete, and he walked over to his bowling bag, and this 6-year-old boy or 8-year-old boy came up and says, "Mr. Weber, can I have your autograph?" And Pete goes, "Yes. Go over by your family, and I'll see you in a minute, and I'll take a picture with you." He goes, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Weber." He takes his ball, throws it in his bag, takes his shoes off, throws it in his bag. He gets everything done. He picks up the ball he just shot 157 with, walks over to this kid's family, gives the kid that bowling ball.
Oh, wow.
Signs his mom's shirt, signs his dad's shirt, signs his shirt, gets pictures with them, signs the autographs all over the place for him. Now, people think he's a bad guy. But when you see them do that, it's like, you know, he ain't that bad a guy.
That's right. That's right.
And most of them are the same way. I mean, I've had a chance, luckily, to meet a ton of pros, old ones and new ones. In fact, I just got done, a guy by the name of Van Lorenz. He used to be on a radio here in St. Louis. I think he was the nighttime DJ on, boy, I can't remember which show he was on.
Okay.
Anyway, he did a book on the Budweisers.
Okay.
And he was asking people, you know, do you have any memories? And I gave him the memory that I had of the Budweisers. And just meeting all these pros when they used to come into St. Louis to bowl. Joe Norris, Dick Weber was here, Harry Smith, Billy Whaley, which his voice never matched his size. He was like 6'3", 6'4", and he talked like this.
Oh, no.
He had a real high-pitched voice. But, you know, I got a chance to meet him. I got a chance to talk to him. And they're really amazing people because they're normal. You know, when you talk to them, they're just normal people.
Right. You
I'm
know,
going to give
St.
you a
Louis.
plug real
Okay,
quick.
tell me.
Hey, just in case, if you want to know who we're talking to Tracy Palmero. She's the sponsor of the championship, match play championships here at Concord Bowl today. She's a realtor with RE/MAX, and she's an award-winning realtor at RE/MAX.
Yes, thank
So
you.
if you have any problems or need of a realtor at any time at all, refinancing or getting a new house or whichever you need, just go ahead and give Tracy a call. You can call her at 314-803-6245.
Thank you so much.
And you're welcome. Well, we got to give you credit.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, St. Louis is very, very deep in bowling history, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Very deep.
Yes. So it's exciting that I was able to come and support this this opportunity here because bowling has been forever so important to St. Louis. So community is super important.
Lauren, I just remembered Jerry's name. Jerry Edwards. I'm sorry. I have to go to the filing cabinet to
That's
find
okay.
out who I'm talking about. Oh, my
We're
God.
all getting there.
Well, if I'd be bowling right now, this would have been my 63rd year of bowling.
Wow. Wow.
I started when I was 10 years old.
Full circle back to our conversation. You can do this sport from when you're a little tyke to when you're a
Exactly.
seasoned pro.
Exactly. I've seen a lot with bowling. Oh, Dave Cummings just got a strike for a change.
That's my teammate.
You got an A-bagger.
The master plasterer.
Oh, yeah. Good guy.
Yeah,
He's
bowling.
feisty, but-
Bowling is a sport for all ages, and it's it can be a lot of fun, and it can be aggravating. Over the years, I've learned that if you average, let's say, up to 150, you're having more fun. When you average 170, 180, now you're becoming serious.
Now you're serious about
And
it.
it's,
Right.
And then you get to be 200 averages, and now you're really competitive. So now everything makes you mad if you don't do this. But, it's sometimes you just want to sit back and go, okay, look, it's a sport.
It's a sport.
Have fun.
That's right.
The most aggravating thing is, like I said, I've been involved. I was a director for the ABC. I was second vice president for the St. Louis Association. I spent 8 years in St. Louis on the directorship of the association. Spent 4 years on the St. Charles board. So I've been around bowling for a long time. And what amazes me about bowlers is your average bowler. They go in, they start drinking beer, and then they complain about bowling bad.
But their attitude's really good.
A lot of times it is. And they can't figure it out. If you get plowed, you're not going to bowl good.
Yes, you're probably going to miss a thing or two.
But it's good. See, Tim Barrett just picked a 10-pin over on 16. He bowled for, I think it was Nebraska when Bill Straub was up there. Yeah.
I thought he was a Lindenwood boy.
He may have went to Linwood too, but he was in Nebraska.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't go
I
to
didn't know that.
Nebraska. It looks like somebody on 19 is throwing a gold angle. I don't know if he is or
something
not.
gold with.
But it sure looks like the old gold angle.
Isn't there a new one coming out that's yellow?
That could be, I don't know.
But it does look darker like the gold.
Yeah, it's dull. It looks like the old gold angle. I shot 851 with the gold angle. I held the house record for the highest score for 2 weeks. The guy before me shot 834.
Okay.
He had 300, 300, 234. I shot 299, 276, 276 for 851. Asa Morris came in and shot 300, 300, 268. So I beat the guy by 17 pins. He beat me by 17 pins. So that was kind of weird. I don't think Asa is with us anymore. I think Asa passed away. But yeah, it was St. Louis, as to continue your thread, St. Louis was a bowling hub.
Right.
Edward Sweeney used to be the national president of the ABC. He was a member of St. Louis USBC, or ABC at that time. And his dad was Dennis. Now, Dennis J. Sweeney, in, what year was it? I can't remember the year. It was in the early 1900s, I think about 1915, created the WIBC. He wanted to bring the women into the bowling ABC.
Okay.
And they fought it tooth and toenail. Simply because of the fact that they didn't want women joining the association. So that's when they made the WIBC, and women began having their own situation. Now, I was always in favor of joining because it made sense. Why do you reinvent the wheel?
Right.
You know,
Right.
but that's what they did. But the whys and wherefores of it at that time, you know, what do you got there? Individual standings. Ah, okay. But yeah, it's, you know, it's amazing. When I was a director, I quit. Well, let's see. I got elected to city government in 1994. I held it for 2 years, and then I joined the ABC as a director. I've been an ABC bowler since I was 16.
Wow.
So I joined in 1965. Yeah. Let's see, what was it? Yeah. Wow. You got
Cummings
3
with
now,
the
Dave.
triple.
But when I first joined, we started doing our own lane. We had to do lane inspections and do the taping and everything else. But they don't do that anymore. Now National does it. They've taken a lot of power away from locals, which I think is ridiculous. And it left a bad taste in my mouth, let's just say it that way. But there's so many bowling centers that have closed in St. Louis. I mean, it's just amazing. There was 41 centers that we had in the St. Louis Association. Now I think there's 10 or 19.
Oh my goodness. That's a
That's
lot.
how many have closed. Because we've lost, let's see. You got Western Bowl, Epiphany, Magdalene, Brentwood Lanes, let's see, Dick Weber Lanes. I can't even think of all of them. You got the 3 of us, Flores. I think Olympic's still in business. I think he is. Terry Gold, I think, still has that one open. That's up off of New Holes Ferry. You had Riverboat Lanes, which was underneath. It was in the basement of the Riverboat Mall.
I'll be darned.
It was in the mall Oh, it was wild. Bowled there a couple of times. Yeah, see, there's that. Now I'm wondering what he's using. It looks like urethane, which could be a bit much. That looks like Skittles. Now, what's his name? I'd have to ask Elena because she can remember names. Oh my. Oh, yeah, Brad Miller just flagged the head pin. Yeah, let's see what Cummings does.
There's a guy on his pair that's actually using that Motive spare ball.
Yeah.
So it's actually probably helping Dave push down the oil, and he can just sit right in it with that I think he's from his end sole.
Well, you notice he's also hitting the last marker right over the board. And that's usually where you carry in this house. Unless you got a lot of revs, and then you can miss it by a board left. Or you can miss it by 4 boards right, but don't miss it by 1 or 2.
That is very true.
But, yeah, there was, well, you had the original Bowl lanes. You had Bowling Grand. I mean, these, at one time we had, I think it was 58,000 bowlers in St. Louis. It was nothing to have 2 leagues, to where you got 6 o'clock league and 9 o'clock league. And that was that way for years.
Right.
Now you're real lucky. Yeah.
And so many
I
people
used to
say
bowl
there's
at
nothing.
Tropicana.
And so many people say there's nothing for kids to do these days.
Yeah, yeah.
Roller rinks are closing.
Well, I'll tell you what. Although I don't agree with Bolero's financial way of doing things, they are promoting bowling very well. I've talked to many owners, and they all say the same thing. 35 weeks leagues, they pay your bills. Open play is your profit. And you don't get that a lot from Bolero. They want open play. They think that's the way to go. And I really do disagree with that. And another one is, Lucky Strike lanes, not to be confused with Tino's Lucky Strike lanes here. National company, they have no leagues, they have no desire to be certified, nothing. And their prices are extreme, just like another center, which I won't mention any names, but they have 8 lanes, $8 a martini, $4 a bottle of beer, $5 and leave a shoe at the desk, just one shoe, not both. And then it's $50 an hour.
Wow.
Yeah. And yeah, let's just say it's a yuppie thing.
So it's a business center, not a bowling center.
Exactly.
That's a shame.
Yeah. And seeing this, and with the way, unfortunately, I've always had a problem with the USBC and the ABC. And my reasoning for that is everything they used to do has always been, well, let's go local. 13,000 bowlers. Probably 2% of those bowlers average 200.
Okay.
Maybe 5%, let's say. 3% of those average over 210. And that's where they focus their idea. Well, if you got 13,000 bowlers and you're going to focus on 10,000 of them or 1,000 of them?
1,000 of them. You're missing out on 12,000 opportunities.
The people that are paying your bills are the ones you're ignoring. Now, why do you think you're losing bowlers? And I tried to get that through to everybody at National when I was a director, and they wouldn't pay attention. And because the ABC was originally formed so that your high-end bowlers could go all around the country and bowl with the same rules. That's why it was formed.
Sure.
But as it progressed, they should have progressed with it. And instead, they stood still. And when you stand still, you get passed.
Yep. And sadly, that happens in every business.
Oh, yeah.
In every business. One of the things that I love so much about RE/MAX is that we're always on the cutting edge of technology and training and tools to be the best at what we do. And I think that's important. Learners lead and leaders learn. If you are progressive and you think ahead of the game at all times, you will ultimately win.
Well, I believe in a couple of things along that line. No, Terry just made a good spare. So. Now, along that same line, Dwight D. Eisenhower said, the object of leadership is to get people to do what you want because they want to do it. And in my own experience of being involved in management, I was a captain in the fire department. I was a paramedic trainer. I had enough of the alphabet behind my name because of all the classes you have to take as a lieutenant and then later as a captain. I was in the Air Force. I was a crew chief on a jet engine. So, you know, I've had I've had pretty good experience with it. I was also an assistant manager for Deerberg's, which is a local grocery store chain.
Right.
So I've learned that it's easier to manage through leadership than to lead through management.
Absolutely, 100%. And employees and followers don't leave because of the job, they leave because of the management.
Exactly. They will lead if it's have a bad manager because they become having a bad attitude and you just forcefully do that.
Yep.
Hey everybody, got to do another plug here.
Okay.
We've been talking with Tracy Palmero. She's the sponsor with Remax of the Match Play Championships here at Concord Bowl. For your realtor needs, go ahead and call her at 314-803-6245.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Got to give you credit for what you're doing.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the opportunity to come out and be a part of this event.
We got them done. When you're done, I'll make the announcement for the top 10. Yeah, when I was helping Van with his book, he asked, do you have any stories? And I didn't have any stories about Ray Bluth. Ray always had a stance that was really amazing. Because if you look at him when he was young, and you can see it on YouTube, he held the ball and he had what they call the peekaboo style. He looked right over his wrist at the ball, at the pins. And great bowler. And he's a great guy. And the story that I have, we were at then it was called Arway Lanes. And they were sold, and they called them Carriage Bowl then. Well, my dad bowled Tuesday nights there. I was 10 years old. And that's where I got to meet Harry Smith and Steve Nagy and Billy Whaley and all the old guys. Joe Norris, because they would come in. And Chuck O'Donnell and Bill Lillard and a few others. Anyway, so the Masters League, Dick couldn't remember what the league was called, whether it was the St. Louis All-Star Masters or the St. Louis All-Stars. He wasn't sure. So whatever the league was named, they came in and they bowled late on Tuesday nights. And when they came in and bowled, we'd either go to Bowling Grande to watch them or we'd watch them there at Arway Lanes. Well, the amazing thing about this is Don Carter had just won a national tournament. He won with a 168 game.
Oh my.
Well, Tom Hennessy, and I'm not sure who they were bowling against, but it was Hennessy. It could have been Pat Patterson. I'm not sure, but they were just giving Don Carter all kinds of grief. And then finally, Don got up, and this went on for 3 or 4 frames. And Don got up, grabbed his ball, and then he turned around and he says, "What did the other guy shoot?" And he goes, 165. He says, "I won, didn't I?" But I basically got into bowling because Dick Weber was a skinny little guy, and so was my dad. So I'm going, well, if they can do it and compete with these big guys, so can I.
Sure.
And that's when I got into it. Well, guys, we got an update here. I got to get my glasses on so I can read it. Otherwise, I just see little squiggly lines. Okay, here's the top 10 right now. You got Dave Welsh from St. Louis. He's got 487 for 2. Cameron Doyle's got 483. Brandon Mooney's got 472. In fourth is Brad Bowman. He stayed there pretty close. Yeah, he only went down 1 spot. Jason Mendenhall is in fifth with 466. Tony Resnick dropped to sixth. He shot, let's see, got to make sure the line's right. Okay, he got 462. Tim Barrett moved up. He's got 462. And Eddie Bird, my son-in-law, is in 8th place with 461. Don Hyatt is 455. And Bob Elbrecht is 453. And I got to tell you, congratulations to Eddie Bird. He's being inducted into the St. Louis Hall of Fame.
Wow.
On October, I almost said August, October the 22nd. And it's deserved. He's got the credentials.
That's fantastic.
So,
congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to him. He's being inducted with Tom Grimm and Gary Bates, 2 guys I've already I bowled with. I've known Tom Grimm, I think, since he was a teenager. His daughter, Shannon's bowling now. She bowled over at McKendree, and gosh, she just won something. St. Louis Queens, I think. Alina would know. I don't remember. My memory's gone. Like I said, you asked me what I did 30 years ago, man, I can tell you right now.
You pulled out all those names really well. I'm super impressed.
Yeah, but I can't read the ones now.
What's my name?
Yeah, exactly. I got to read it. I mean, I think the thing I miss the most, I think, is my mind, but I'm not sure if that's true or not because I can't remember.
You can't remember. There you go.
Somebody posted on YouTube or Facebook. I think it was Facebook. Can you remember any of the bowling centers that are no longer around? Well, I said, yeah. He says, how about in Illinois? And I go, okay. You got the original Bel Air. You got the original Panorama. You've got Freeburg Lanes. You've got Turner's. And he lives in Belleville, and he goes, I know there's Bel Air Lanes now, Bel Air Bowl. And I said, yeah. I think Phil Kahneman, he bought it and moved it from 17th and bypass 50 because he bought out Frank Booker that was down at Panorama. And I said, Panorama Lanes was built in 1959. I said, I watched it being built. Not only that, my uncle bowled there, and he lived in Advanced, Missouri, and drove to Belleville to bowl. And I said, your first desk manager was a guy named Pop Dressel. And he goes, Pop Dressel? I said, yeah. He was the desk manager at Turner's, where I used to go behind the bar and clean the glasses.
And clean the glasses. There you go.
Well, the people that run the bar bowled with my mother. Ed Willman and his wife Wilma, and Wilma bowled with my mother at the old Moose Hall because they had 8 lanes in the basement. So I grew up on a bowling alley. My mother was WIBC secretary basically for Southern Illinois, for Belleville.
Wow.
And Belleville ran Freeburg, Millstadt, Mascoutah, Breeze, Waterloo, and I don't know how many.
It seems to be a pretty common thing that when your parents were bowlers or your grandparents were bowlers, that it follows generationally.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you see the fun that people have, and it was more fun back in the 50s. It really was. And the reason why is because people would, well, like this Belleville Moose, Halloween comes along, they dress up. He'd come in, my mother's team, my mom dressed as a sailor because my Uncle Bill was a Navy guy, Navy veteran. And we found out that he served in the Navy with my father-in-law. But they never knew each other until 1974. My father-in-law fed him.
Oh, wow.
Because he was a cook. But in any event, that's what it was like then.
Yep.
Now you don't do that anymore. And it was just a fun time was had by all.
Yeah, it was good, clean fun.
Yes, very much so.
Yep. Well, look at that. Alina's back.
Yes. Hey, I have a question, Alina.
Hold on. Announce it. Front 9, and then
Oh, okay. My daughter Alina said that Pete Weber had the front 9 and then had a pocket 710. Merry Christmas. The scores looked like they're actually going up. Well, one didn't. One kind of went down. No, we got buck 80, 220. Looks like we're going to have about a 220 or 230 with Dave Cummings. And then maybe, well, he didn't get a strike. That's Chase. Okay, what do we got here, Dave? Oh, that's tight. He yanked that one. So he's going to have about 210, 215, something on that order. Got a 194, 195. Low was 133 on that pair. A 175 on that pair that was low. Looks like they're stringing them a little bit more. And Dave come up with a 230 even. He finished with a split, but still scored well. Hi, Alina.
Hi, I'm
Hey,
back.
what tournament did Shannon Grimm just win?
Oh,
And I couldn't remember.
hold on, let me check. Eddie did have another 230, so hopefully that's good.
Well, Eddie's in 8th place, so. I gotta shut me off a minute. Which one's mine?
Let me check for Shannon.
Yeah, I talked to him this morning. Call him again now. Yeah, he was this morning. So go ahead and give him a call again.
So they're finishing up the third game right now.
Well, he was having a problem, Jonathan.
Scores seem to be getting a little bit higher. John Worth is near me.
Yeah. So, but, you know.
I guess somebody scratched. They already have a blind. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, no, I know. Yeah, we talked.
So we're transitioning
All the time to me.
from one game to the next. We'll update you as soon as we get scores.
He called me in from about 2:30 to 5.
So we'll fill you in as soon as they start bowling again. Sorry for the lull.
attention for a minute. Bowlers. We've had a breakdown put on lane 24. The curtains broke. So we're going to put lanes 1 and 2 in play. The team that is finishing on lanes 23 and 24 right now, 8th, 9th, and 10th frame, will get 2 balls on each lane before they start. They'll finish games, their game on 1 and 2, and then they will go to 25 and 26. So, if you are crossing and you are on lanes 23 and 24, you will go to 1 and 2, and then 25 and 26. I'm sorry, 26, 7,
Oh,
28.
hello again.
You gotta skip them there, all right?
Thank you, sir.
We'll put a sheet up on the score.
So what'd they do on 23 and 4? Ah. You know what amazes me? When you're bowling, you're throwing a, say a rubber object down a 60-foot, 64 or 65-foot plan of wood into a metal container, and you wonder why it gets scuffed up. I mean, it just amazes me. Yeah. Now, I'll tell you the one thing that I don't understand. When I was a kid and you had the above ground ball returns. The ball went down a ramp, came back, went up a ramp, and hit a, I guess you call it a rocker, that slowed the ball down enough to where it didn't fly off everything. And then somebody in their bright idea made the ball returns, and they made it an S shape. And people wonder why their ball gets stuck. Well, of course it's going to get stuck. It just doesn't go straight in. I mean, you can always slow it down. You know, they've got that rubber thing that goes there to slow the ball down, make it a little tighter, and it'll slow the ball down so it doesn't break your machine. They have done a lot, though. I don't really like the automatic scoring. I think it takes you away from being involved in your game. It really does. Well, we're finishing up game 3, I believe. I've seen really low scores, but they seem to be moderating to where you're getting, 190s to 220s. Now there's a 170 down there. There's a possible deuce. It looks like another possible deuce. Maybe a 150 or 170 game. Yeah, lane 23 and 24 broke down, so they opened up lanes 1 and 2. You know, that's another thing that they don't really understand. Most bowlers don't really get it. When you bowl on an end pair, you're usually going to have a difference between lane 1 and lane 2, and then the last 2 lanes. And they can't figure out why. Well, when you consider you're right next to the wall, so lane 1 is going to be different than lane 2. But like most bowling centers, there's a few bowling centers with a number of lanes like this. This house has 32 lanes. And there's basically 3 houses here. And it's only because of the fact of your air currents and how the building center is made as to how everything works. It's not a bad thing, but as you're going along, each lane has its own little idiosyncrasies that you have to learn to bowl good no matter what bowling center you're in. You might leave a 10 pin on lane 20, but on 10 that shot would have carried. And it's like that in every bowling center you'll ever bowl in. Oh. I can't see a lot of people that I know. Well, there's Tim Barrett. Oh, there's Derek. And Derek just left a 397 or a 379. I can't see some of the names. Light hits here are iffy. Like I was telling you about how to carry wear.
Right.
Sometimes you hit light here, and you're going to leave 5.7s and 5.10s all night. And other times, you'll have Swisher Sweets. Let's see what Tim does. 10 pin. Tim's a really good bowler. He's been a good bowler for a long time.
Yep. He bowled for Nebraska.
That's what I thought. Bill Straub's team.
Yes. But he did the women's. Did he do both?
I think Bill did both.
Well, a lot of times
Well,
they have.
he was at Nebraska at Omaha, wasn't he?
No.
He was Nebraska. I thought he was Nebraska Omaha.
Cornhuskers.
Well, then he'd be Nebraska Lincoln. Lincoln?
Yeah. Lincoln.
Okay.
The
Then
Cornhuskers.
Shirley Garms then did Omaha because she was in charge of
Yeah, I was
of
gonna
the
say,
league there.
He's Lincoln. That's where Michelle Smith went also.
Yeah. I'm really surprised at how well Wichita did the transition from Gordon Vadigan to, hell, what's his name?
The person who does it now is Rick Steelsmith.
That's it, Steelsmith. I couldn't think of his name.
Yeah, and shout out to Wichita. They were on the cover of the Bowler's Journal this month.
They got a good powerhouse team.
Well, they got Spencer Robarge, Ryan Barnes. Like, there's so many of them on there.
Yeah, I've watched Spencer grow up. First time I seen Spencer, he was 8 years old. Little bitty guy. Arlene Spath. Yeah.
Nick Pate bowling to the left. His sister Lauren was on the broadcast earlier.
Yeah, I don't know where Lauren went. She take off?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Spencer was just a little guy. Arlene Spatholt thought he was just the nicest little kid.
Finally getting to see Shea Bittenbender.
Where's Shea at?
Right there on 15 to 16.
Oh, I see him now.
Just left
The
a
roto
10 pin.
grip shirt.
Yep.
Just like I'm wearing.
Right. Dad can only support Storm now.
I had this. I like roto grips. I know Storm makes it, but I still like roto grip. And the balls I like from Storm, they don't make anymore, darn it.
Right.
The High Road X. I thought that was a great bowling ball. Ball hooked out of your hand. But I do like the Halo Pearl, too. That's a great ball.
I think the best part about Storm bowling balls is the smell.
Yeah. Well, I talked to Bill Christman about that. And I asked him, why did you put an odor in the bowling ball? And apparently, if you don't put a deodorant or an odorant in it, when a person drills the ball, they could actually pass out or die from the smell.
Huh.
Because it gives off a
weird smell?
No, it's like it gives off a cyanide.
Oh.
It's like a cyanide gas.
Gotcha.
So the deodorant or the odorant cuts that out. I forget what gas it is. I'm saying cyanide.
Right.
It could be something totally else. I don't remember.
Right.
But I asked him, I said, that was a brilliant idea, but, what gave you the idea of it? And he said, well, the deodorant is just as expensive as the odorant, so why not?
Yeah.
And with that being said, I think the worst ball that they made with deodorant was the old La Nina. with that grape smell. Oh, my
Oh.
God. You leave your bowling ball in the car on a hot day, your car smelled like grapes.
Yeah.
But that was a horrible bowling ball.
But I actually don't mind it whenever Eddie uses my car and has all of his bowling balls in there. I'm like, oh, new smell. That's great. There was one time I got in and I was like, what did he do? It was a weird mix because he had like 12 bowling balls in, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know whether I told you. He had a box of balls delivered.
Correct.
So I put it inside.
Yep. Tim Barrett with the strike.
Yeah, Todd just had a good strike. I don't know if he's bowling all that well.
Not last game.
Yeah. Well, he's doing pretty good. He's in 7th, just above Eddie. What do we got? Yeah, these lanes are unforgiving. If you hit a little bit high.
I was going to say, you're going to leave a split all day long.
Oh, yeah. See what TJ does. And right to the beak. Left the 2-4. Could have been a lot worse. He got away with. I seen Chris Taylor down there bowling. I don't know how he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's actually good to see this many people bowling, though, on a Saturday.
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Bowling's not dead. David Jones in the house. TJ's son.
Oh, okay.
He just walked by.
Yeah. I see him. I couldn't remember his name, but I knew who he was.
So if you missed it earlier, 23 and 24 is now a broken pair. They have a down curtain. So that's why we had such a delay. Some of them had to go down to 1 and 2. And then some were going back to 25 and 26. So.
Okay, I got a question for you. The guy that just walked off at 25 and 6. It's a tall guy right there. Do you know who that is?
Tom Adcock.
Okay.
From Springfield.
I could not remember his name.
Yep.
I know who he is.
Tom Adcock, Springfield.
God. I wish my memory would come back.
I hate to say it, it sounds bad, but you know Eddie's so funny with his, what he calls people.
Yeah.
So his name is Tom Adcock. So guess what Eddie calls him?
I don't want to know.
Plus penis. He always goes, hello, plus penis. There's always been people who are like, what? And they're like, Adcock. And he's like, oh my God.
Has he talked to Tom Hess lately?
Yes.
Not
they
good.
just bowled together last weekend.
Okay.
He's in Florida for his 22nd anniversary right now, so he's not bowling.
Hey, have you talked to, he's from Decatur, Illinois.
Jason Queen.
No, not Jason.
Gene Vincent.
Yes, Gene.
He's not bowling anymore. He's done.
Yeah, I know. He's got hip trouble or something.
Right.
How's he doing, do you know?
No clue. Just whatever I see on Facebook, that's all.
Well, I haven't seen anything on Facebook for a while.
Yeah, I haven't from him.
Yeah, Todd just doubled up.
Tom has a double.
Tim has a double. Not Tom.
Oh, I said Ta.
Oh, I said. Yeah, well, that's Tim.
I know.
That's Tim Barrett. Yeah, but you know it and I know it, but other people don't.
Ta.
Hey, let's give a shout out to Tracy Palmero again. She's the sponsor with Remax, and it says Remax, the best choice. And she's the sponsor of Match Play Championships here at Concord Bowl, going on today and tomorrow. And for all your realtor needs, you go ahead and give her a call at 314-803-6245. And you can call her or text her at that number. Yeah, I've seen some really weird strikes.
Yeah. I mean, they said that they oiled the heads a little more, so.
Well, yeah.
Chase Rhodes talked to me, and he was complaining because there's a guy in his pair that said he couldn't get anything to work out. So he grabbed a plastic ball in the second game, which.
Yeah, it'll move the oil around for you.
But I feel like there's a certain time when you use plastic and you use urethane. Like, don't just pull out urethane if you don't know how to use it.
Yeah.
Because you will screw up the lanes for everyone that you're bowling with.
Oh, yeah.
There should be a urethane and plastic for dummies book because you can't just do it when you think.
Well, plastic is going to just spread the oil everywhere.
Exactly, but there's no reason to use it in the second game. If you're using it in the second game, you shouldn't be bowling in this tournament. Sorry.
Well, yeah, but you're here. If you
Okay.
remember correctly, I used to play off a 5 with plastic.
Right,
But nobody else played out there.
I don't care if you pay the fees. You shouldn't be doing it.
Well, for people that don't know, your plastic ball doesn't do anything with the oil. It just moves it all over the place.
It just sprays it everywhere.
And it'll what they call telegraph your line, usually in the middle of the lane.
Right.
Now urethane. Tim Barron's just got he's got a turkey now. And anyway, urethane will pick up the oil early and move it down the lane. So a lot of times you'll get a hold area right in front of the pocket.
Right.
Now, if you got a lot of revs or the right bowling ball, it ain't going to make a difference to you.
Do you want to get on?
Now, urethane. Now, when you go to reactive, lane bowling balls, they pick up the oil.
Right.
And it'll dry out. Your whole track will dry out. That's why if you look at some of the tournaments, if you're there early enough, when they do practice, they'll get a ball that looks like a sponge.
No, that's fine. But my point
and they'll throw it.
With the people that, so I hate to say it, the younger people today that were never raised with urethane,
yeah,
they don't really know how to use urethane. That's my issue.
Well, yeah.
If you don't know how to use it, then don't just bring it out
Yeah,
on fresh
but
oil.
remember something, and you were taught this from Dave Buer too, and from me, and from Dale Wolf, and a few others. When lanes get tough, straighter is greater. Now, if you think about that, urethane is straighter. So, I mean, if they were taught that way.
Right, but a lot of them pull out the urethane on fresh oil, and that's stupid.
Well, it can be. Depends on their game.
No.
And I don't like it either. I'm not defending them. I don't like it either because you know what happened to me with that.
Right.
At Crestwood.
Yeah.
I shoot 5-0 because somebody shot 800 and threw his urethane on my same shot.
Right.
And I couldn't get my ball around it. If I moved right, the ball went too far left. If I moved left, the ball never came up. So.
Right. Nick Pate with the front six. That's Lauren's brother.
Yeah, Lauren's brother.
They are originally from Minneapolis.
Yeah, when is her and Russo getting married?
I don't know.
Wow. It looks like the scores are, the lanes are
they're
opening
starting
up.
to go up. Like,
Yeah.
tons of more strikes everywhere.
Well, we got 290 going on lane 22.
Tim now has a four-bagger.
Yeah. Who's A?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I gotta watch.
Yep.
Ow.
Yeah, we got a 290 going on 25 and 6.
Well, technically also on 21 and 2.
Yeah. And that's E-Bowler. I'm not sure who that is.
Dakin, I don't know who he is.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look like the scores are going up. Holy cow.
Do what?
Who,
45-foot launch.
I missed that. I was looking over
no,
here.
I didn't. That's why I said holy cow. He threw that ball past the arrows in the air.
Probably angry.
Yeah, well, grow up, get a life, and build a bridge to get over it. People don't understand. These are wooden lanes. Your first 15 feet, 16 feet of the lane is maple. The next middles of the lanes are pine. And then the end of the lane is maple again. That's how the lanes are made. You got 60 feet plus or minus 1/4 of an inch to the head pin.
Right.
Maple is a strong wood. So if you throw it past the maple, you're going to ding the lane up.
Right.
Yeah, went for count. All right. I guess Dakin is it? How do you pronounce that, his name?
I don't know. Dakin.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
Oh, Shannon Grimm's bowling down on 13 and 14.
Well, I hate not knowing since people call me Elena, and that drives me insane.
Well, Dakin's the one that's got 290 off the sheet.
Right.
He's got spare and then 8 or 7. Well, he's in the 9th.
There's definitely way more strikes now than.
There has been,
Yeah.
Nick's got the front 7.
I wasn't going to say it. Now you jinxed him.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I
No,
wasn't
I did
saying
not.
anything. Okay. He has 8 now. That's why I wasn't saying it until he threw it.
No, you jinxed him. Yeah,
No.
yeah, you are. And Dakin just left an 8 count. Pulled it, left a 6-10. Luckily, he didn't leave anything with it.
There's Tony Resnick. You said you didn't see him in the white hat down there.
Oh, yeah, there's Tony. Yeah, he's come a long way.
Yeah. Well, he was the Missouri State All Events this
Yeah.
past year.
Yeah, I wish my allergies would stop aggravating me.
If Ragweed would leave, I would be great.
Oh, wow. Adcock just spanked a 8-10.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was a great shot.
Tim
Yeah.
Barrett with 5.
Let's see who's over there. Along with Dakin, we got a guy that's got 2 spares in the last 5. Yeah, he just shot, well, a C bowler, I don't know his name, he doesn't have a name shirt on. He just shot 243. And we're going to have another, up to 230.
Derek just can't figure it out. Strike, split, double, spare, spare, spare. Strike. 4 count.
Okay.
Or 6 count.
I don't recognize the guy on 22. He's got the last 6 now. Let's see, 10, 40,
Now
70, deuce. He's got 260 off the sheet.
if you show me a list of names, I would know his name, but I can't think of it right now. no thumb bowler. You
Now he's going to have 247 if he picks
I've seen
the
him bowl a
three.
bunch.
Yeah. I know he looks familiar. I just can't think of
Yeah.
his name. He'll have 247 if he picks these 3,
Hand me
6,
the
10.
sheet. I'll tell you who it is.
There's the latest one. Okay, there's 217, 213. Oopsie. 245 on there. I don't know what the guy's name is. Taj just went to the nose. Luckily, he didn't get a 4 count, he got a 7 count. Going to the nose here, it's easy to take 4 out of the middle. And what do we got? I know who that is, and I'm going to. His last name is Doyle.
Cameron Doyle.
Yeah, he's got.
That's who we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, he's got 3 spares, and then he just struck off the sheet.
Well, he originally was the youngest player
Yeah.
to shoot 300 years ago, obviously.
Couldn't think of his first name.
Yeah, Cameron Doyle. Tim had the front 5, but now he left the 3, 6, 10.
Yeah. Yeah, Cameron's got first one in a 10th, it looks like. Dakin just left a 4,
Man,
a
that-
6.89.
That guy down there just really lost it.
Holy cow.
Oh, wow.
That ball jumped like somebody kicked it.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, well, I don't know what we're doing down on the other end. Can you see any big scores down at the other end? I can't
I can't
tell.
really see. It's kind of weird having the empty pair right by us, too.
Yeah. Doggone it. Sinus drainage.
Nick Pate, front 9 now.
And Cameron just shot 260. Looks like 266. Had 3 spares and an off the sheet till the 12th.
Right.
It looks like a lot of strings have stopped. Yeah, well, we're waiting for an update on the scores. Might as well give Tracy a shot out again. For all your realtor needs, you can go to Remax with Tracy Palmero, the sponsor of the Match Play Championships here at Concord Bowl on October 15th and 16th. Call or text 314-803-6245. She'd appreciate the business, especially now. Yeah, Tony just threw.
And thanks for supporting bowling, because
Yes, very much.
it takes a village, for sure.
Yeah, Tracy says she was very surprised at how nice all the professionals were.
Oh, yeah.
I know a lot of people here, but by I'll be darned if I can tell you their names. Doggone it.
We just got a sheet with an update, so we'll give it to you in a minute.
Yep. Yeah, Larry Husky and Denise Bennett.
Thank you.
And you're going to do the update. Okay.
All right, so as of game 3, we have Cameron Doyle leading, plus 109. And everything's based off of 200. Zach Wilkins in second, plus 101. Robert Albrecht in third, plus 98. Brandon Rice from Belleville, plus 96. Tim Barrett, plus 95. My love, Eddie Bird in 6, plus 92. Michael Hody, plus 87. In 8th, Shea Bittenbender, plus 83. Carl Williams in 9th, plus 75. And Nick Pate tied with Carl in 10th, plus 75. But now that Nick has the front 9, that's going to change.
Yeah. Oh, me. Yeah, looks like the scores went up.
Oh, yeah.
Remember how Shannon just struck, Shannon Grimm.
Yeah.
Didn't she win the St. Louis Queens?
Oh, that's what I think she won. Yeah. Prom the Queens. Yep.
I'm thinking that's what
I
it was.
looked and yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, like I said earlier, her daddy, Tommy Grimm, he's going into St. Louis Bowling Hall of Fame.
Right. Nick Pate had the front 9 and now he left the 3, 6, 7, 10. Not good.
Yeah. It'll get him into the 260s.
Yeah.
Which is better than a sharp stick in the eye.
Well, I know, but when you're on the front 9, that's so upsetting.
Well, yeah. Todd just struck again, so he's got...
Maybe he figured it out.
Yeah.
And Nick Pate only got 2. He only picked the 3, 6 out of 3,
I never
6.
met Lauren, but I knew Nick. I've seen Nick before.
Yeah, because he bowled Linwood and stuff, yep.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you what. If Arlene Spathole was here, boy, she'd be upset with how these guys are dressed. She had a dress code for the Junior Bowling Club. You will wear either skirts with a collared shirt, or you will slacks with a collared shirt, and you will act responsibly. And that was Arlene. Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately this year, the Gateway Area Bowling Writers Association canceled the Old Timers event again because the Old Timers are dwindling. Margie Bishop and me and Lynn Angle, Maria Gray, we're all involved in it. Glenda Weaver. And we're just getting up there in age and nobody remembers us anymore. Yeah, I'll tell you one of my favorite bowling stories. Ned Day is considered to be the #1 bowler in history. I forget who #2 is on the top 50.
Oh.
Or the top 100, top 50 bowlers, I think. I think Earl Anthony was second, or Walter Ray was second, but Ned Day was first. Ned Day was the national amateur champion, 1932 and 1934. Now consider that these guys used hard rubber balls, and when I mean hard, I'm talking if you give them the D scale now, they'd be between 92 and 95 hardness.
Yes.
And hi, Tina. How you doing, kiddo?
Good, how are you doing?
Okay.
Shannon Grimm's mom is in the house.
Anyway, he averaged 224 and change and 223 and change. Now that's a lot of score back then.
Definitely.
Now this is a tournament that lasted, 40, 50 games, and he was averaging that. Well, the guy that came in second to him in both years was a guy by the name of Lowell Jackson. Lowell just died here in the 1990s. But what people don't know about Lowell Jackson, and he is in the Hall of Fame, and he's very much so should be, Lowell Jackson is the man that invented the arrows and the dots on the lanes and on the approaches. He patented that in 1936. And he patented it because he thought the visually impaired or people that can't see a long
Do what?
way.
No, but that's game 2. That's game 3. That's a new.
That was game 3 too.
Okay.
Anyway, he decided that people that had vision trouble
Oh, yeah. All right.
would be better off with having these markers. In 1939, he sold that patent to Brentwood, or Brunswick Lanes, or Brunswick Corporation, for $1. Now, that makes him special, but what makes him more special in my eyes is he averaged 223 and 222 against Ned Day.
Oh, yeah.
And he was 80% blind in one eye and totally blind in the other.
Oh,
and
wow.
averaged that high. Which to me is bloody amazing.
Yeah. Definitely.
Now, for those of you who don't know enough of the history of bowling, bowling centers used to have 60 boards going across the lanes. They were around a half-inch wide. There was absolutely no markings on them. So when you threw the ball, you had to pick out what board you were hitting.
Yeah.
And
not
look
like
at that
today
board.
Where you can look at it.
Now, if you went to the old Hall of Fame in St. Louis, the Bowling Hall of Fame, that used to be where, what do they call
I don't know
that?
what it is now.
Yeah, it's, what do they call that down there now?
I don't even know.
Baseball.
Oh, now it's the Baseball Hall of Fame or whatever.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, the
It's-
Bowling Hall of Fame's in Texas now.
Yeah, it's in Texas.
St. Louis took over for a little while.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I guess it did become the Cardinals Hall of Fame, right? Yeah.
What do they call the place across from the stadium? Because that's where it was.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been
I don't
there
remember. I
a
don't
bunch of
follow
times.
baseball either. But don't have time.
Another sport that he played that he doesn't like.
No, I played it. I wasn't any good at it. Of course, my great-grandfather decided I should be a pro because I batted. I had a 500 batting average the year that I played. But since I walked twice, had 5 singles and struck out 5 times, that's a 500 batting average.
Right.
I wasn't any good. I was not good at all. But anyway, my only claim to fame is I played against Steve Busby, who was the 2-time guy. He played for the Kansas City Royals. And then he became the radio personality for Houston Astros? Not Houston Astros.
Ooh, Tim Struck got a turkey.
The Texas Rangers, I think, is where he became the announcer for. Anyway, now I forgot what I was talking about.
The Bowling Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Bowling Hall of Fame, that's it. Yeah, the old lanes in the Bowling Hall of Fame that was here, they came from Freeburg lanes, and I bowled on those lanes when it was in Freeburg. The only thing I'll tell you, the strangest thing that ever happened to me, we were at Freeburg. My mom was hosting a tournament there, and it was a women's tournament. And all of a sudden, this guy came in and said, "Honey, we got to leave." And she goes, "Why?" He says, "Our house is on fire." That's the only thing I remember about that tournament.
Oh, my God.
Of course, I remember the old Balboa lanes, too. We're old. I'll ever see Joseph used to be
Well,
in
I'm assuming
Belleville.
Tim's going to probably switch balls because he's on a 250, but he has that Eddie mentality where, oh, yep.
Well, he should.
I bet they
So
do
get a
that all the
different-
time. He
Yeah.
shoots a 250, but they're still going to see if something else is better.
Yeah,
So annoying.
You got to get a. That's not annoying. That's smart. That's a smart way to do it. I mean, he's got one shot left.
I know, but
what's it going to hurt?
But to me, in my world, this is why I'm not bowling these tournaments. If I'm shooting at 250, I don't want to switch balls. But they will.
It's always good to get a look at something else.
I've seen Eddie shoot a 280 and grab a ball for a fill ball. Yep.
One pin ain't going to hurt a thing, and he
I'm
shot
leaving here
250.
Right.
Hey, take care, bud.
254.
Let's see what TJ does. Ooh, Terry Joe's went to the nose, and you can't do that here. At least it's his first frame now. You can always come back from the first frame.
Yeah, but this is going to put him in the 140 game.
First frame is going to put him in the 140s?
No, he's in the 10th.
Oh, he's in the 10th. Oh, I was looking at the wrong lane.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, he's in. That's going to be 143.
I thought it was his first frame.
No.
Well, I can see from here because you're closer to it than I am.
Yeah, 143.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's an ouch.
That whole frame, that whole pair though, it's like 160, 150, 140. I think the person on the left, it's far away. 2 something. That was not a good pair.
Derek said hi.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Yeah, I think since I'm coaching my cousin and his bowling, he's doing good. He really is.
Yeah.
He doesn't believe me because he has no confidence in his game, and he should have because he's doing good.
Hi, Derek.
My wife just sent me a Snapchat of Cameron watching.
But I think the next time I meet with him, I'm going to teach him how to adjust. Because he can't figure out how I can look at his game and say, okay, move here, move here.
Right.
He's a two-handed left-hander.
But he also bowls with what's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is pretty impressive.
What has he got?
Ehlers-Danlos syndrome.
Oh, okay.
Remember what Jamie has? No joints?
Oh. I just thought he had ADHD. Because that's what they said he's got.
That means nothing. Paige has that too.
Well, that's what I told him. I said, that don't mean nothing.
Right.
Did I tell you what happened?
Coming on? You coming on?
Did I tell you what happened? He bowls in league and shoots a $140. That was his high game.
Oops.
And he's all upset. So I meet up with him. He shoots 211.
Ouch.
Merry Christmas.
On a turkey, solid 7.
That's an Alina.
For sure.
Are you still doing that?
Huh?
Spanking 7 pins
Yep.
like that?
I'm really good at that. It's my favorite pastime.
Yes, it is. It always has been.
Oh my God, it's so frustrating. Buddy spare.
Yeah, I don't know whether you heard, Alina, but CJ's grandson has RSV again. So.
3rd year in a row.
Yeah, hopefully he'll get better quick.
Yeah.
CJ said he's getting better.
Right.
So. And let's see what we got. Well, Eddie's moving down this way.
Yeah, he's on his way. I probably won't get to see him because I gotta leave, which is night out.
Well, it fits.
It's so funny because last night, one of the girls at the bowling alley is friends with our cousins Sandy and Sherry, and her husband goes, "Oh, is this the thing that you guys paid $40 for nothing, and you walk around and spend more money?" And I said, "Yes." And he goes, "I don't understand it." I said, "Well, I promise you, men spend more money on stupid stuff too. Like, it supports the small town, you know."
Yeah, it supports Kimmswick.
Yeah.
If you've never been out to Kimmswick, they've got a restaurant out there called the Blue Owl.
The Blue Owl. Yep.
With the mile high apple pie.
Yep.
This thing is about a foot tall.
And they also have a bunch of other little small restaurants that never really get the accolades, but it's cute. And they have a bunch of little cute shops, and we normally get all of our Christmas
Yeah, they got
shopping
little
done.
Chotsky shops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know they had any other restaurants out there. That's the only one I ever hear
Nope,
about.
they have a few.
Yeah, Tony Resnick just struck. Yeah, been to the Blue Owl a couple of times. They got pretty decent food.
Oh, yeah, well,
Oh, okay.
all the way to Indianapolis. Well, they left yesterday. Western shootout. Bulls for St. Francis.
No, okay. Oh, wow. You better say thank you.
Right.
He got away with one. He tripped a 6, 7, 10. Yep. Yeah, let's see what's...
Nobody has any strings going or anything right now. They just
Yeah.
started the next game, but there's nobody doing anything.
Yeah, I don't see much. Yeah, I'm not...
Dad, are you stuck here all day since I have to leave you? I don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I'm going to be here all day.
I guess so.
I don't know, how long are we going?
How many games? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
you're
it's
more
3
than-
o'clock. I told Andrew it's 3 o'clock. You can tell your mother to take over for you.
Yeah, right. When you were announcing Tracy Palmero, I was laughing because do you remember Iggy Strode,
Yeah.
the best in the radio business of doing everything, and then he wasn't able to be there one night, and the head of the radio station said, "You have to make sure that you say the call letters. You have to make sure you do this."
Yes.
I was not radio trained. I have like other degrees, but nothing was in radio. And the first time I did it, he was like, "Okay, Alina, I appreciate you saying the call letters, but you don't need to do it 500 times." And I was like, well, I was so paranoid of like being fined by the FCC or something. And then the next time he's like, "Well, you have to say it a couple more times than what you did." I was like, I can't figure this.
Yeah, we
is
had
why.
to do it about every
Oh my
10 or
God.
15 minutes, I think. I think it was 4 times an hour.
Yeah. We definitely did learn a lot doing radio of
Oh, yeah.
what
Oh.
FCC
That was a lot of
and-
fun.
It was.
Well, you did it for what, 10, 15 years?
Yeah.
Well, Barb Thurberg, when she was moving to New Jersey, she's the one that put your name into
Yeah.
Iggy for it. And then you, Iggy, and Bo Burton did it.
I mean, radio might seem easy, but when you're behind the
Oh.
stuff and you've got all these restrictions and play the ads and
Yep. And I had to do it alone one night. Oh, boy.
yeah, I don't remember what. I think I had parent-teacher conferences.
Yeah.
And Iggy was gone, and you had
Iggy
to
was
do it
gone,
on
and I
your
was
own.
there alone. Oh, my God. I'd only been doing it, oh, geez. I don't know, 2-3 months?
Well, and I brought him in on the fly. I was like, can I go, at the time, I was like, Dad Bowles, he was already been the vice president. Can I just bring my dad in? And he's like, sure. So then he joined us, thank God, but then we remember that 7 a.m. on Saturdays, that was the worst.
Yeah. Then they put us 11 to noon, and that was okay.
But then it was fun when we followed Jay Randolph Sr. What a great guy.
Oh, yeah, Jay Randolph is a
God,
great guy.
what a-
JJ isn't bad either,
Oh,
his
and he
son.
was with Jack Clark.
Yeah.
Remember? Him and Jack Clark.
And we got to meet Martin Kilcoyne.
Yes.
Martin Kilcoyne's a big guy.
Super nice.
He might not. He's super nice, and he's a big guy.
Yeah.
He's like 6'2", 6'4", something like that. And then.
Yeah, because Jay Randolph Sr., remember, he was like, do you want to wear a World Series ring? And I was like, yeah. So he gave it to me, and I was like, wow, I put it on my hand.
And then Bob Costas, we met him.
Yes.
And Frank Cusimano.
Yep. Doug Vaughn.
Yeah, all these guys that knew what the hell they were doing.
Well, and
then we had us.
But then at the time, Orlando Pace owned part of the radio station, so he would be there some nights when we were there, and I was like, oh, yeah, I remember you. That's a big dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I guess I did it 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, we did it at the station when the station was in Webster Groves.
And then we moved.
Then we moved down on Hampton. And we were there. Well, we were in Webster Groves for
a good
3 or 4 years, and then another 2 or 3, maybe 4 years on Hampton. And now the radio station is on Manchester Road. And since the place isn't there anymore, I'll say we're 11 Mile houses. The same subdivision or strip mall is 11 Mile House.
We did not get paid for doing it, and we loved every minute of it.
You betcha.
We did not care.
And I'd do it again for free.
We didn't care about the money.
I'd definitely do it for free.
We just did it for bowling. And then it became so funny because it became like the bowling show, because like Tom Clark, who is the PBA commissioner, would call in, and then we had Jason Belmonte and Deandra S. Beatty and any bowler. They would all
Zabahalova.
Yeah, they would all just come on.
And that's how we met Jackie Bowling.
Yep. It was fun.
Oh, yeah.
You don't always have to be paid to do something, you know. I feel like people don't realize that volunteerism is obviously being a teacher. It happens all the time, but people need to realize you don't always have to get paid. You can do stuff for the better of things. Well, today we're not getting paid. We're just here.
Yeah, we're here
Like,
doing
we
it for
don't care.
nothing. That's what we're supposed to do. You give back to bowling.
Right.
You know, let's face it, to be perfectly honest with everybody listening, I'm in the State Bowling Hall of Fame, I'm in the St. Louis Bowling Hall of Fame, and I'm in the St. Charles County Bowling Hall of Fame. Alina's in the state, and she's in St. Charles. My wife is in state. Now, Alina's in for superior performance on the lanes, and although they call it meritorious service, you could also say superior performance off the lanes.
Right.
And, well, I wouldn't be there.
Shout out to my Eddie Bird going into the St. Louis Hall of Fame.
I already
next
announced that.
weekend. I know, but he's got to join the family in something. No, he's already. Is he?
He's in St. Charles.
Yeah, he's already in St. Charles.
He's not in state yet, which amazes me.
Right.
The greatest thing about when you went in
It's because Pete went in at the same time.
is because, and Mike Flanagan was interviewing Pete for his induction.
Yep.
And at the end of Pete thanking everybody, he said, "Hi, Alina."
Glad you're going in also.
And there's like 400 people in this room, and they all look at us like, how in the world do you get that rating?
Oh, the Webbers and us go way back.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, we're halfway through. Some pairs are finishing up. Trying to see what people are doing.
Well, we got a 3-bagger on 18,
Yeah,
19
but I'm
and
trying
20.
to see who bowler E is, who already has a 5-bagger.
And he's got 5.
We have a 279 going here on.
Well, you got 260 going here at C.
I know, I'm looking at E, 279 going.
Yeah, 279 going on E.
Oh, it's Aaron Orange with the front 5.
Oh, okay. He used to bowl with CJ.
Yep.
Shea Bitts got the front 4. Yeah, when you get put into a Hall of Fame, if you've got any common decency, you keep doing what you were doing. You don't quit. Be perfectly honest with you, I think going into any Hall of Fame for superior performance is a lot easier than going in for meritorious service.
Right. Aaron Orange, front 6 now.
Because you never know how much, if you've ever done enough
Right.
until somebody tells you that. The best reaction, though, was your mother. I had it announced. She was out of town. I forget. Let's see. She went in 2012. When did she go? She was in California at that time. And I don't remember why. But she didn't know. She didn't know that she was inducted.
Oh my God, Nick Pate, 279 going, pocket 710, and he just had a big game last game.
Yeah. Wow.
But here's where the whole like count comes in, because he had the front 9, remember? Then he left
Yeah.
the big split, but he only got 2. That
Oh yeah,
2 is
count
4,
hurts.
2 is 4. Now 279 going, but pocket 710 sucks enough, but in the 9th is way worse than in the 8th.
Well, he went from 279
Right, to
down to
245.
possible 245.
Right.
Yeah. No, your mother's reaction. I had Joyce Young announce it. And she announced that your mother got in. And the first thing your mother said, and kept saying, is, "Oh no, oh no, oh no." I've never had that reaction by anybody.
Right.
Of course.
Derek had a strike, but now he's spared, and now if he strikes, 249.
Yeah. You know, I know the one guy that's bowling over here, but I can't think of his name.
Where?
Right here on 19 and 20. He's up now on 20.
Yeah, that's Greg Look.
Greg, look. That's what I thought. I couldn't think of his name. I know who he is.
OMG.
He used to have Village Bowl in Fenton.
Yes.
See, I know who he is. Ooh, Shea Bitch just went to the beak.
On the front 4.
Greg's looks like he's having a lot of trouble.
Still got it, though.
Oh, me. Yeah, Greg was always a good bowler.
Derek with a nice clean 249. Oh. Tony Resnick bowling on 15 and 16 down there.
He had the front 4 and flagged the head pin.
Yes.
Flag means miss. if you don't understand the jargon.
Right.
There's stone 10. That'll give him a $188 if he picks it. Yeah, scores look like they went down again for a lot of people.
Do what?
Scores.
Oh my God! I was like, your wrists and your and your knees. Oh.
And Greg Look's talking to Alina.
Right.
Alina bought a car from him, or a truck, many years ago.
You're still looking good. Right. Right. Yeah. Don't we all?
It's terrible that we know so many people.
Right.
Okay, Shea Bitts up on 20.
Greg
That was a
said
better
that
shot.
he put a wrist brace on because they felt like his wrist popped, so he can't even like pick a 10 or anything. But he said it sucks because he wants to be the team player and he
That
doesn't
ain't
want
Frank,
to mess.
it's Greg Look, isn't it?
I said Greg Look.
You said Frank.
No, I didn't. No, Greg Look. I'm the one that told you his name. I remember the name. You're the one that didn't remember him. I said Greg
Well,
Look.
that sure heck sounded like you said Frank. and
No.
that's- I'm looking at you kind of stupid.
But he said he felt like it popped or something, but he doesn't want to like mess up the mojo of the rotation of bowling, so he's going to bowl.
Here's a trivia for you. Since the city of St. Louis is interested in maybe hosting the national tournament, when was the last national tournament in St. Louis?
Oh, I didn't know there ever was one.
Yep. It was at the Arsenal building. You know where the Eagle is flying.
Oh,
Right down from there is the old St. Louis Arsenal.
so it was like 1930 or something? I
1959.
was going to say, that's a long time ago. All right,
I
Nick.
think that's what Richard Simmons says was his first. I miss that man.
Yep. So Nick Pate is getting ready to throw his fill ball after that horrible pocket 710.
Whoever's on 20 just picked a 347.
And if he strikes, 245.
And 245. Got lucky. He carried it at the
Aaron
neck.
Orange had the front 5, and then he went 9 spare, and now he split.
Yeah, baby split though. 310. He should be able to pick that. Seems to me Aaron Orange lost some weight.
No, he looks the same as I've always remembered him. Terry Jones, that man is invincible. He's like Bob Marable.
Yeah.
Always good.
Bob Merrill was an amazing man.
Absolutely.
I've always liked Bobby.
Yep.
I've bowled against him for 40 years. And he's a gentleman.
Yep. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
Anybody that doesn't like him doesn't like life.
Right.
So you're going to be taking off? Okay, well, Lena's going to take off. So you're stuck with me. Well, I know. No, you're fine. Oh, she's just turned back on a minute.
Sorry, 1 sec. All right, so Alina is out. I have another gathering to attend to, and I have people showing up at my house, so I have to go. So now you're stuck with my dad until further notice. Luckily, I trained him on the radio, so he's fine.
Yeah, you trained me. Yeah. Iggy had nothing to do with it.
Right. Well, yeah, Iggy is the official trainer, but so good luck to everyone else. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, as far as I know, as far as I'm aware, they still need one team for the Gobble Bowl. Oh, Pete, what did you do? He must have left the split. Anyway, Iggy works with a beautiful woman named Tina. And she was the mother of Megan Meyer. It's Tina Meyer. And she has the Megan Meyer Foundation. Now, if you don't know who Megan Meyer is or you don't remember, She was a 13-year-old girl in St. Charles that was being cyber-bullied by a woman down the street, and she ended up hanging herself at 13 years old. Megan started the foundation. Iggy got involved. And every year in November, they have the Gobble Bowl. Now, if you've got a team that you can go with, contact Iggy. I think he goes by Ken Iggy Strode on Facebook. You can contact him and tell him, yep, I got a team. So, just supporting that tournament and supporting that foundation, that's number one on my hit parade. I've done it for, oh my, since the first one, and I don't know how many this has been now. 10 or 15, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, okay, latest standings. And here we go. First place, Michael Hottie, plus 187. Cameron Doyle's plus 175. Third is Zach Wilkins at plus 161. Tim Barrett has moved up to fourth. He is plus 149. Bob Albrecht is 141. Nick Pate is in sixth with 137. Eddie Bird is in seventh with plus 127. Shea Bittenbender, he is plus 108, and that's the guy we call Shea Bitt. And then you got Ronnie Fujita, he's plus 104 in ninth. And Eric Dakin, Macomb, Illinois, he is plus 93. And looks like everybody's plus down to 42nd place. What's the cut?
Top 16 tomorrow.
Okay, the top 16 is going to come back tomorrow. So that'll be fun to be with. That'll be fun to watch. And they going to bowl another 10 tomorrow then?
No, we're right to practice.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a 3-game match.
Okay, that works. Greg Look is younger than me, and he sure looks older than me. Of course, I can only take one step, so it ain't his fault. He looks better at that than me. That's for sure. Looks like it's getting kind of quiet down here because 23 and 4 are broke. So everything's down towards our left now. We've only got 4 lanes, 4 pairs going down to the right. Don't see much going on. Looks like it really doesn't look like much is happening. I mean, Aaron Orange with 205 and a spare in the 10th, or a spare in the 9th, getting ready to bowl in the 10th. TJ just left a small split, and they should be able to pick that. He's got 127 in the 6th with a strike in the 7th. Oh. There was a chop. Yeah, I think of everything I've lost, I think I missed my mind the most, but I'm not sure. And TJ picked up the baby split, so he's got 147 in the 7th. He can still pull out a, 220, looks like, 230. I can't see who it is on 17. That's 18 and 19 there. Whew. Shea Bitt got a little bit fast and flagged the pocket. Hi, Shannon. And sitting next to me is a new Hall of Famer. Hi, Tommy.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Since I've known you since you were a teenager.
There's worse people.
Yeah, I've known Shannon Grimm since she was born. Tommy was a teenager when I bowled Saturdays against him. And I bowled against Tina's brother, Rich, before he passed away. Good Irish name. Her name from home was Tina Sapio. Good Irish name. Yeah, TJ Struck. He's got a good chance for shooting about $127. Sorry, 227. Aaron's got 255 off the sheet. And what do we got here? And how we doing? I'll never see them little bitty lines, little bitty screens. I gotta put glasses on, otherwise it's just nothing squiggly lines.
That's the 2 screens they're going right now. It's got 5 and 7 beers.
Okay.
At least that's what this page says.
It's amazing what you can do with a computer now. Oh, yeah, I bought a computer 6 months ago. And last month it decided that the charger that came with it isn't the right charger. So it won't charge the computer up. It's like, well, gee, thank you very much. So I was going to buy a, I guess, Chromebook or notebook or whatever, just so I could get on the internet with it and not download anything and worry about spyware. Because it ain't going to download nothing. Well, then when the computer started doing that, I'm going, well, okay, I'll take it in. Well, the Geek Squad told me that it would take a month at minimum to get it back. And they'll probably erase everything. Oh, goody, you know. So instead of buying a notebook, I went out and bought another computer for the same price. And now I'm trying to put programs back on it. Oh. And let's see. Well, we had a 249, a 245, and a 146 on 21 and 2. Looks like the scores went back to being up and down. Where you can't figure out if you're going to do it good or do it bad. Whatever's a lucky carry. And I know who that guy is too, and I can't think of his name. Nick Pate started off with a 5-count split and just struck. He's on 25 and 6. And let's see what we got. Yeah, it looks like Aaron Orange is coming on to 21 and 2. So we'll be able to see what he's doing. TJ's finishing up. He's got 227 off the sheet. And see what Terry can do. Yeah, he's got the first one in the 10th, so he's still got 227 off the sheet. I can't see much of what's going on down on the low end, but they're coming back this way. We have been, we're just finishing up game 5, I think. Yeah. So we've got 3 games after this to see who's coming back tomorrow. Go from there. And Shannon Grimm is up on 21. And she struck on her first shot, so she's doing okay. Now she can keep it going. And TJ's finishing up. He's got second shot in the 10th. Okay. He just barely tripped out the 7th, so he's got 220 off the sheet. But there's a 227, a 200, plus him in the 220s. But the other two are 145, 169. So, as you can see, the scores are up and down. There could be a relatively big change in the leaderboard. And we'll start doing the top 16, since that's who's coming back. So for game 4, 11th place is Philip Watson from Belleville. He's plus 84. Brandon Rice from Belleville. He's at plus 83. Chris Taylor is plus 13 at 82. Brandon Mooney is plus 80. And 14th, Don Hyatt is plus 75 and 15th. And 16th is John Salerio, and he is plus 70. So there's been a few changes here. Yep. Pete's in 23rd. Yeah, Pete's in 23rd. Mike Sapolis is in 21st. Chase Rhodes is 24th. Brad Bowman dropped down to 28th. Dave Cumming dropped down to 33rd. So things are, and it is John Worth. I thought that was him. Matt Russo's at 37th. That's Lauren's future. So, and Tony Resnick's going to be starting on 16. He's finishing up on 16. Looks like he's got about, let's see. Looks like 83. He's got about 243 off the sheet. Yeah, I'm here until the duration because my wife's got to take my granddaughter to work. Oh, Merry Christmas. Stone 8-pin. Okay, Tony blew a 240. He's got deuce. It looks like he's going to get into the teens, I think. Maybe the early 20s. Derek Matson is doing open, double, 9 spares, so it looks like the scores are not moderating anymore. They're going back down again, like they did at first. Either you hit it or you really don't, and there's no other way to say it.
I'm using you for your standing sheet.
Well, thank you. That's after 4.
Yeah.
Sheena's in 19th. She's got a chance to get up to 16th.
They take top 16.
Top 16 is what they're taking.
She made it last year.
Yeah. And I'm talking to Tina Grimm here, Shannon's mommy. Bowler in her own right. If she's still bowling. You're not bowling anymore either?
I haven't bowled in 7 years.
Ah. Well, I haven't bowled in 18 months, so.
Hurt too much. I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah, well, my wrist is terrible. And Shannon's up on 21 again. Yep. Swish 7. Light hit 7, really, but here, I'll make it easy. There. Yeah, Aaron's got a double. He's doing good. I don't know where he's at on here. Aaron Orange. Aaron O'Brien. I think Aaron O'Brien still has the house record here. 260 or 869, I think. And let's see what he's got. Yeah, Aaron Orange is in 47th. He's only minus 22. But with 3 games left, that's going to be a tough row to hoe. So, an old farmer's statement, that's a tough row to hoe. You know what's amazing to me is some of these people don't realize that the more silly stuff you do behind the foul line, the more silly stuff that ball's going to do for you on the lane. And let's see. Yeah, he looks familiar, but I can't think of his name. It seems like it's leveling out. Going back to nothing again. Of course, with this many people bowling, it looks like you've got roughly 5 on a pair. And you're bowling 8 games for qualifying. So it's rather obvious the oil's going to move and change. And since everybody looks like they're using reactive, that's going to make a difference. What do we got here? Yeah, it's really slowed down since 23 and 4 is broke. Nick Pate left the 10 pin and he picked it up. A lot of splits. Not a lot of splits, but a lot of splits. Shannon's having trouble with lane 22. Yeah, Aaron Orange is bowling good. He's got the front 3. He's the only one that's got the front 3. Who's ever bowling on the next puller up on the other lane? He's got a double after a spare in the first. The one bowling with Orange, just above him, he's got a double with a spare in the first. And he's got a baby split now on the left. It's slowing down a bit. Scoring is difficult. Now, whoever D is on that lane, I can't think of his name. He's got a spare with the next 3. So he's got 290 going. And we got about a 268 game going on that pair. Nobody's got a miss on that pair yet, so that's good. Have to see what's going on. Really, quite honestly, the number of splits really hasn't been as bad as what I've seen it before. And as I say that, 2 people throw splits. Almost 3 people throw splits. That's got a shot, almost. Okay, Eddie Bird's down on looks like 13 or 14. Oh, he just flagged the 4 pin. That's unusual. Let's see what else is going on. I'm going to see if I can't get Tom Grimm to get on the horn with me. Hey, Tommy. He's on this one, isn't he? Okay. Here, let's see what we can talk to you about. Here you go, buddy.
Alrighty.
Hey, everybody, we're talking to Tom Grimm, one of the new Hall of Fame inductees for this year. So, how you doing, buddy?
Well, we're on the mend from hand surgery. I had trigger finger and trigger thumb surgery at the end of August. I have yet to bowl yet this season, but you know, it just takes time to heal up and bend, and I'm not trying to push it. It's killing me. I can't be out here bowling with these guys, but you know, that's just how it is. As you get some years on you, just
I would never know.
Yeah, you would know. You're half bionic man.
Why? Just because I got 5 pieces of metal in me?
Well, you know, you're halfway to Terminators. You know?
Yeah. I just had surgery number 25.
Good God. You know, it's bad when you can count them.
And I think that's 25. It could be more. I'm not sure. But I do have another one next year.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I've been having issues. And I may have another one scheduled this year, depending on what the doctor tells me on the 15th of November.
Oh, wow. You should just buy stock in whatever hospital you're going to. Have them pay you, for Christ's sakes.
Well, it'll be probably Missouri Baptist I found out that I had an echocardiogram, and they said I have a stenotic aortic valve.
Okay, that sounds way too technical for me.
Thanks to my mother, because she just had her valve replaced when she was 90.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, she's 94 now.
Beautiful. That is just beautiful.
Dad's 93. Take care of both of them.
That's great.
And Frank lives with them.
Oh, and they still made it to their 90s, and Frank's living with them. Oh, my goodness.
So what's your thoughts on being inducted?
It was, I know Mark Hood put my name in for last year when he put in for Ron Testa and Greg Getzlow, and I'm happy for them gentlemen. I think they deserve it, well deserved. I still don't feel like I have the credentials that a lot of the other ladies and gentlemen that are in the Hall of Fame, but I got voted in. I'm very thankful, very honored. Very excited, very humbled.
Well, I'll give you a clue on something. Anybody and everybody that's been inducted into the Hall of Fame says the exact same thing. Why didn't they go in first? Because they're better than me. That's a standard answer. I said the same thing.
Well, I mean, the way that I look at the past bowlers that have been inducted and know what they have done, and some of them what they're still doing, and it just far outweighs and is far beyond what I've done so far. That's why I say, why did I get so lucky?
Everybody thinks that, Tommy.
And again, I'm extremely humbled and extremely grateful. Don't get me wrong. I just knowing the previous people, both ladies and gentlemen, that have gotten in, and knowing what they have done, and again what they are still doing, i.e. Terry Jones, Devera Buckley. I mean, they're constant. They're on the lanes, constant, exceptionally great people. I just don't feel like I compare to them, knowing what they've done and what they're still doing. You know, maybe it's just me, and I just don't.
It's not just you. Everybody has that opinion, because you can always find somebody that has done more in your mind than you. But if you think about something for a second, the way to look at it is other people looked at you and judged you. and they said, "You've got enough. You've got the stats. You've done enough."
And like I said, again, I'm very thankful and very grateful for that. They obviously have maybe I'm just harder on myself than they are on me.
Most everybody is, buddy.
So
I was too.
You know, and not only to be being inducted into the Hall of Fame, but to also get Senior Player of the Year. That was, I was wanting that more than being in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
I feel like I had an exceptionally good year last year between leagues and tournaments, and I just that was one. If I didn't get that, I wouldn't be mad. Somebody did better than me. Beautiful. I'm happy for them. Always happy for everybody. But the Hall of Fame deal, that's, like I said, that was a bit of a shock. I wasn't expecting it when Mark put my name in. I'm like, okay, we'll see what happens. It wasn't expected. None of it is ever expected. But I said, I just think I'm a little harder on myself than what other people think of me. And again, I'm grateful to everybody who did vote for me, because maybe I'm just not thinking of something that they are. Or I know something that they don't.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. You did enough. Everybody says you did. And I'll give you a word of advice. Learn your speech forwards, backwards, and inside out.
Oh, I'm going to wing it. I'm not going to have anything written down. I might have some names from previous Hall of Famers.
Well, the reason why I say that, when you get inducted, the first thing people do is mess up everything.
Oh, sure.
Because it is an honor.
Oh, it is. It's an extreme honor.
My wife, well, I forgot to thank the committee when I was inducted. Okay? Now, this is state. I forgot to thank the committee for inducting me. My wife got up there when she was inducted, and she forgot to thank her St. Louis family, but she thanked her California family. And then Alina, a teacher who would never make a mistake, did a 5-minute speech in 2.5 minutes.
Well, when we went to the state dinner this past year, where my Friday night team got honored for our world record game, and we're sitting there and we're listening to Mr. Murphy, Casey Murphy.
Yeah.
I am not going to go that long. That man loves to talk.
Oh yeah.
I mean, but he had like a little mini book in front of him that he was going from, and I mean, I went out for a couple smoke breaks during the whole thing. I mean, it was nice to hear, with everything that he's done and is doing, and Casey he's an awesome person, an awesome bowler.
Let me tell you, I won't mention any names, but there was one that started back in the 30s and brought everybody up to date. There were 2 others that spoke for 1 hour and 5 minutes each.
Oh.
And you know who both of them are, and I ain't going to mention names.
Yep, I'm not either.
In fact, you know the third one, too. And
I also got threatened, sort of. I take it as a threat. He said it was a warning. Tom Schuchart, awesome gentleman. He says, after Casey Murphy was done, he says, when you go in the Hall of Fame and your speech is like that, I'm going to choke you. So I've got to watch that.
Uh-huh. Pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, well,
I'll leave that one alone.
You hear crickets, don't you? But just being out here watching these guys, youngins, some seniors out there, ladies are out there. My Shannon's out there bowling. She's giving it her all.
What do you think about what the shot looks like?
I like it. I like the shot. It's not your typical Concord house shot where you got to average 250 to make any money.
Yeah.
it's very hittable. It is scoreable, but you have to make good shots, and you have to make your spares. And if you make a mistake, you're going to pay. You know, you don't have the 15 to 20 board spray area that you would on a normal house shot, but you have more than 2-3 board area to hit. So it's, you know, and I'm seeing a lot of good players out here, and I'm not going to throw out any names, but they're
struggling.
They're having a bit of a time. Yes, they're. You know, they'll have a good game, and then they come back the next game, and you know they're throwing splits or they're missing spares, and that's one thing that I do not like about this younger generation on the bowlers, on the majority of them. They miss a spare. You know, I'll just throw a 4 or 5 bagger and make up for it. It's like, well, do you realize what your score would be had you made that spare?
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't have to worry about throwing a 4 or 5 bagger if you did pick that spare. You pick your spare, throw a 4 or 5 bagger. Now that's bonus. That's even more, and that's bowling. You want to get as much as you can.
Well, you'd think, but they're also the ones that think they got a hook at 40 boards.
Oh, sure. Well, back in the day, I was one of them. I had to hook the whole lane. That's what I thought.
I never had enough hand.
No. And you were taking more than 2 steps back then too, weren't you?
Yeah, the scores seem to be. Well, the first 3 games, it looked like the scores were kind of low. All of a sudden, 4th game, everything broke open. I'm thinking, well, it's going to break loose. And now the 5th game, it's like
it's up and down. It's up and down.
Somebody had a lobotomy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, after 3, I can't remember who was leading, but after 3, they were like plus 109. You know, which, okay, that's 230 something average. That's.
Hey, well, let's look. This is game 4 right here on top. So we'll go down here. Game 3. Yeah, Cameron Doyle.
Game 3,
109, yeah.
Very, very good player in his own right, plus 109. And you got Zach Wilkins, another awesome player. But it's you're used to seeing this after 2.
Yeah.
To see it after 3.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I never did like a strike fest.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You always
make it down and dirty.
Well, you make it to where you've got to fill frames, not just throw strikes. I mean, there's a big difference there. Like I said, you can miss a spare. Okay, I'll throw 4 or 5 back. I just don't agree with that mindset.
Yeah, I don't either.
And you got bowlers out here. Tony Resnick, who is an awesome person, awesome young bowler. And he's having a tough time where it's hard to lock him out. I mean, his game, he can play deep, he can swing it, he can throw it straight.
He's like Gary Helperstay was.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't hook the ball a whole bunch.
No, but he
keeps the ball in play.
For him, he can hook it a whole lot if need be. He doesn't like to do that. He likes to play the straighter game. His A game is, right up 10, 12, and let the back end bring the ball in. That's what he was doing when he shot his world record number between 2 houses a couple years back. And I mean, he's always been that way.
Yeah.
He's just got nothing. He's got nothing but better, and will do nothing but get better.
I think right now what he's doing is just overthrowing the ball from what it looks like.
Yeah, I think he's got the wrong ball in his hand. He's throwing it. He's trying to throw it too hard and not giving the ball a chance. And if he lightens up on the speed, then the ball jumps on him. Then you got gentlemen like Dave Welsh here, who's a senior player and very, very good player in his own right.
He's struggling.
He's struggling, but he's not a big speed demon. He doesn't throw the ball real hard. He doesn't hit the ball real hard.
He's a speed demon compared to me.
Well, I'm going to leave that alone.
Before I quit, I was down to about 10 miles an hour.
You're sitting too close to me, and you can catch me, so I'm not saying anything. I've learned to pick my battles as I've gotten seasoned. But Dave, he bowled the Senior Grand Prix last weekend out in St. Charles, and he was throwing the ball so well. I mean, he always does. He was just throwing it exceptionally well last weekend.
Kenny Anderson just shot another 300.
Yep, that guy is timeless. That's Mr. Crestwood right there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know of anybody who's got a better average.
Do you know Dave Johnson? Young kid?
I know of him. I don't know him personally.
He just shot 801 down there, too.
Oh, DJ.
Yeah.
Okay, DJ. Yeah, I know DJ.
Yeah, he bowled with CJ, too.
Yeah. I've always known him as DJ.
Okay.
Say Don Johnson, I'm like,
Well, he bowled juniors at Crestwood, and then when he moved up, he bowled with me in Crestwood.
Mm-hmm. And he's the guy you never see him smile.
Yeah.
Any picture you see of him, he's not frowning, but he's
just there.
Yeah, he's just looking at you. It's like, until I got to know him and talk to him a little bit, I didn't know he had teeth.
Well, there's confidence.
Oh, trip to 3 forward?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I just look at these younger guys, and I'm just in awe. I mean, I used to be able to do what they're doing to the ball. I just can't do it anymore. I've toned it down.
Well, when you go back to bowling, remember you have to relearn to bowl.
Oh, yes. Well,
because of the surgery.
I tried bowling earlier this week, and I couldn't quite get my thumb in the ball, and I threw like maybe half a game and I quit. I didn't want to force it and hurt myself. And 2 days later, I could get my thumb in the ball, and it's like, okay, let's try it. So I go up to the center, and I got a little patch job that I do on my thumb where I got cut on, and threw 2 balls, and it didn't feel bad, didn't feel right. Of course, it's not going to feel right for a while, just because of having a different feel right there. But the first 2 didn't feel bad, and I was like, okay, let's take this off and see how it feels. Of course, that's my from neck up. I think I'm 25 talking. And I threw it, and I didn't hold back. I threw it like I wanted to throw it, and I wanted to cut my thumb off after I was done. I was like, nope, I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta learn not listen from the neck up.
Yeah. Well, everybody's their own worst enemy.
Oh, I am. I know I am.
CJ says I'm an idiot for wanting to go back to bowling, but then he asked me to bowl state with him next year. Well, who's the idiot?
Well, he is your son. So.
Well, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, we are related.
Got this after
See what
5.
we got. Tony's in 16th now.
Michael Hottie's leading.
Okay.
So.
Here we go, everybody. Yeah, he was leading for 4th game, too. Okay, here's the top leaders. Top 16. Michael Hottie, plus 208. Zach Wilkins, plus 204. 3rd place, Nick Pate, 182. Number 4 is Tim Barrett, plus 156. Cameron Doyle is now 5th at 151. Robert Albrecht is 148. Oh, a new one here. Brian Kuykendall, he is 143. Shea Bitt is 135. Mike Dole is 129. Jason Mendenhall is 109. Eddie Bird is now 11th at 107. Brandon Mooney is 107, and he's in 12th. Brandon Rice from Belleville is 102. Carl Williams is plus 99. Ronnie Fujita is plus 95. And Tony Rezick brings up the rear at plus 94. He is in 16th. Chris Taylor's now in 17th, so he went down. Mike Sapolis went up. Aaron O'Brien went up. Chase Rhodes went up. Eric Dakin dropped. Shannon went up.
Yep. She had 225 this game, so
Yeah, she'll go up again.
She'll go up again.
John Worth, we always called him Skittles when he was a junior bowler. Because that was his favorite candy. Oh, my God, he had to have Skittles.
John Worth.
He's an Arnold Bowl guy.
Yeah, he's good people.
Oh,
Johnny's
yeah.
good people.
Yeah, he bowled juniors with CJ.
Oh, he bowled juniors with Shannon.
Yeah.
They were, CJ was he's a little bit older than Shannon, but
Yeah. How old is Shannon?
Shannon is 24.
Oh, my.
24 and getting married next year.
Oh, she's going to marry him. Good. Good for her. He seems like a nice kid.
He is. He's a very nice young man. He's treats her like gold. I can't complain. He's good people to boot.
He's got a decent job anyway.
Oh yeah, he owns 3 pro shops right now at Lakeside, Imperial, and Chesterfield. Bowlers Mart STL.
So he's got the franchise on Bowlers Mart.
Well, Bowlers Mart they offered him. I don't know the whole details, but Bowlers Mart wanted to get out of those 3, and he inquired about taking them over, so he bought them.
Good for him.
He bought those 3, yeah.
Good for him.
He's very good ball driller. He first came to town and had the shop out at Lakeside, and I'll give him a shot, see how he does, and I've been going to him ever since.
Yeah.
Not saying anything bad about any of the other pro shops in the area. They all do awesome work as well.
I look at it, it's like car companies. I'm a Chevy man. I'm a Ford man. I love Chrysler. Well, it's the same thing for bowling balls and pro shops.
Oh, sure.
Well, I'm only going to use Hammer. Well, I only use Global. Or I'm going to go Storm. I don't like how Columbia works or whatever. And it's the same with ball drillers. Oh, well, this guy's great. This guy ain't worth a damn. And, you go back and forth. And it's all the same. I looked at how much easier it used to drill bowling balls.
Oh, yeah.
And now you got to worry about, instead of, your pin's 3 3/8 from your PAP, and the bomb is over here, and you got to put it this way, and you got to stack it this way, and you got to do it like this, and now it's 3.5 by 2 by 6.
Yeah,
what the heck does that mean?
You almost have to have a NASA engineer degree to drill a ball.
Oh my God, yes.
It's just so much more complex than the old pancake weight blocks, and there's your pin, and you had to stay within 1 ounce, and now they up that, it's up to 3 ounces now.
Well, that's because they took away the weight holes.
Right, and then the CG used to matter.
The stupid thing is, what I don't understand, when Neil Stremmel was running the program up at USBC, static weights meant nothing. It was all drilling patterns and weight holes and everything else. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, they get rid of Neil, and it's, okay, static weights mean everything.
I mean, with the way that they're making equipment now, the static weights, they went up to 3 ounces, so you're kind of taking the whole static weights out of the equation. Because
I'll tell you right now, it is so easy right now to fudge the scores.
Oh God, yes.
And the reason why, there's things you can do that are legal that you can do. G-Man, Godfrey Wilson, he taught me one thing. The requirements for the flat gutters in the back by the pins. The rule is it has to be between 3 3/8 and 3 5/8 deep. He was bowling on 17 and 18 at Nittigs, and it was, the right side was 3 7/8, the left side was 4 1/4, and he shot 823 or 813, something like that. Now, granted, he's a pocket shooter. And when you're solid in the pocket, you're going to carry everything.
Exactly.
And the only thing the flat gutters mean is that if an off hit, if you raise them up, yeah, you're going to carry a little more of the off hits.
Right, but for the way he throws and the way he hits the pocket,
Now I talked with Johnny Wonders rather. I talked with him. You want to cut the scores down? Take away the phenolic side, the kick plates. Put softer kick plates in. You won't get the bounce as much.
well, and I've said this for years. Since they've started keeping track of scores and all that, everything in the sport of bowling has changed except for one thing. One thing has not changed. The lanes have changed, the oil has changed, viscosity, equipment, went from wood to synthetics. Everything has changed but one thing.
The bowler.
The bowling pin.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, they did change that. Because you had the twister pin.
Weight, the weight of them.
Oh, the weight of the pin, well,
The weight of the pins have not changed with all the other changes, and the equipment now is so strong.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me give you a little history.
Okay.
1965, there was no requirements on the pins. AMF pins were 3.3 ounces. Brunswick was 3.6. One had a single void, one had a double void. Brunswick pins usually flew up. AMF pins stayed low. People scored at least 20 pins more than average at an AMF house. And then they decided, okay, now we are going to regulate the weight of the pins. So they went with 3.6.
Okay.
Everybody was bitching. Well, then they had 3.9 weight for a while. Then they came out with the twister pins, which I hate twister pins because you leave 4 9s up the butt on those.
Yep.
But I would like to see them go to 3.9 again because they went to 3.9 for a while. Then they cut it back because people weren't scoring as well.
See, I think if you wanted to stop or not stop, but
Decrease
the inflated averages, I think they need to go to at least 4.5 on the pin weight. Because again, the equipment that's out there now, and it's all good equipment, it's just so much stronger
Oh, yeah.
than it was back in the 70s and 80s. I mean, they didn't start doing weird weight blocks or oblong weight blocks, out of shape weight blocks until I think it was Ebonite that came out with a dual block. Up until then, everything was a pancake weight block, I believe. I may be wrong, but since then they've been getting all these different convoluted weight block shapes and sizes, and now you've got all these strong cover stocks, and I mean you're basically throwing, the ball is basically a cannonball hitting paper mache targets.
Yep.
And pins are just flying. I remember back in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, when your strongest ball was a Columbia yellow dot.
Yeah.
And you never saw pins flying around like you do now. And you very seldom did you ever see a Stone 8 or a Stone 9.
Well, I'll tell you what. When I started bowling in 65, that's when the Trackmaster series came out with Brunswick. You had Trackmaster T1, T2, and T3. And it went up in softness because they were trying to combat the most popular ball to buy. A Columbia white dot.
Yep.
Because the white dot hooked more than any other ball out there until Brunswick came out with the crown jewel.
And then wasn't it Columbia that came out with the sheer D?
Oh, yeah.
And that
the ball, if you set it down, it had a flat spot.
Yeah.
Because it drew out at 50.
And it was, I mean, and it's, they did it because it punched up 50, but it was such a soft ball.
Oh, yeah.
That's
it
why
would hook on ice.
Yeah. Well, now.
Well, then you had Don McCune, the soaker. He'd take a white dot and stick it in toluene or acetone.
Yep.
and he would decrease that. And from what I was told, the reason why you can't have solid plugs in the ball is because of Earl Anthony.
Oh, you put weights in them?
No, he would drill a 2-inch hole through the center of the ball and put a steel bar in there and then do it back up again.
Sure.
So the ball rolled hard.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
And then they came out with it.
I remember when I was doing regionals back in the late 80s, early 90s, and you could not have plugged equipment. They would not allow it. Well, now, from what I understand, you can.
If it's clear. Clear plugs. That's what I was told.
See, I haven't bowled a regional in such a long time. I don't know what the rules
Well,
are
I haven't
now.
either. I haven't did a PTQ since '86, so it's not like I know what I'm talking about. Totally. No, but seriously, if you look back, the biggest problem the ABC and BPAA have is the fact that the owners wanted people to score. So back in the early 80s, they decided to come out with the short oil. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
They said you can have short oil. It can only go 22 feet or 24 feet. And you can oil any way you want.
Right.
So they put out adult bumpers. You know, where stand left, throw right, walk off, and you're good.
Yep.
And then they came back and said, well, that's illegal.
You approved
Well,
it.
if you said they could do anything they want, what the hell's wrong with you?
Right. You approved it, and now you're saying no, you can't do it.
Exactly.
One step
And-
forward, 2 steps back.
Yep. It took me 6 months to get my first 299 approved. Because there was a puddle at 20, and it went 2 inches past.
I had an honor score thrown out where they said there was too much oil on the left side.
Yeah.
Not that there was more oil than they allowed. It was just so much more on the left side than there was on the right side. Well,
Yeah.
it was 5-man teams, and you had all 10 of us were right-handers. Nobody touched the left side. Yes, there's going to be more oil on the left side because nobody threw it over
Oh,
there.
yeah. And then you had to have the lanes blocked off so nobody could use it, so they could check.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Putting the chairs up on there, and some
Well, see,
houses they would
the
do
reason
that.
why everything is screwed up now is because everybody wants honor scores, honor scores, honor scores. Ooh, I get a ring. Everyone I shoot, I get a ring. Well, no, you don't anymore.
Nope.
You get one a lifetime.
Yep.
But that's the fault of the ABC.
Yep.
Because instead of focusing on this is the rules, this will keep you bowling, and it'll be better this way, it'll be better that way, and you're going to have this, it'll be fair, nobody can cheat, blah, blah, blah. They said, well, if you bowl good, you're going to get this. Well, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy of messing everything up. Mm-hmm. You know.
Well, I think I'm gonna turn this back over to you. I want to go watch Shannon bowl her last couple of games. Thank you very much for inviting me in, and
congratulations again, buddy.
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We've only been bowling against each other about 40 years. Makes you feel old now, don't it?
Oh, I felt old already, but thank you for enhancing that feeling. You have a good day, buddy. Thank you again.
You too, Tommy. Thanks for joining me. Yeah, Tommy's a good guy. Like I said, he used to bowl Saturday Traveling League. The Southern BPA Traveling League. I don't know how many bowling centers we were in. Let's see, I think we bowled, where were we? Shrewsbury. We bowled at Shrewsbury, Trails West, West County, Dew Bowl, Western Bowl, and about the only ones left standing of those is West County Lanes and Dew Bowl. I think we even went to West Park, which is still in round 2, over Valmeyer Road over in Columbia, Illinois. Hey, everybody, we're going to take a break for a minute, and we'll come back to you just shortly. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Had to take a little break. Oh, let's see how we're doing. Well, it doesn't look like the scores are getting much better. Looks like it's still iffy. I know that kid that just shot on 21, and I'll be darned if I can tell you his name. I bowled with him, and I can't remember his name. And Eddie Bird just walked by. One of the other inductees. Gary Bass isn't bowling today, but he's the third inductee this year. It'd be good to see Gary again. I haven't seen Gary in about, 10, 12 years, I guess. That's still game 4, or game 5. Game 5. We're waiting to get number 6 done. And yeah, it looks like the scores are still. What do you think? They evening out? They're still.
Some that are low, you got some that are high.
Yeah. Yeah, we got 279 or we got 280 going on 25 and 6. And I don't see any other. No. Looks like that was Shannon Grimm that's got the 280 going. No. No, she's got 206 off the sheet. I don't know the kid that's got the 280. And he's stoned a 4-pin. So he'll get out of there with about a 269, I guess it is. Talking so much, I gotta drink something. Blech. It really doesn't look like too bad a shot, but it looks like it's difficult to control it. And Chris Taylor's got double, spare, double. Throwing two-handed on their shot can be difficult. I always had trouble bowling here because I couldn't throw the ball hard enough. Of course, when you're throwing the ball 12, 14 miles an hour, that's the reason why. Yeah, I don't really see any major scores except, like I said, the guy that had the 280. Oh, Shannon just stoned an 8-pin. She was not happy. That'll knock her out of the 2s. Yeah, she can still get $186, but that's it. Eddie Bird. Light hit and carried. And Greg Look dropped out of the tournament because of injury to his wrist. He said he heard it pop and he tried to bowl anyway. So he was... I moved the chair over the... Yeah. Shit. Hands don't work. Anyway. Greg Look had to quit because his wrist popped and he tried to bowl with it and he wasn't doing any good. So he dropped out. Hate to see that. Greg was always a good bowler. Like I said, he used to be the owner-operator of Village Lanes in Fenton, which is now a game park. Yeah, Eddie Bird just shot a solid one. He's got a turkey 123 in the 6th with 3 in a row. Shannon ended up with a 185. Oh, tripped a 4-pin. Yeah, 248 on 25 and 6. Yeah, there's 220 available there. 220 on lane 21. .220, both 220s on 221. Got a 230, 220, and never mind on 22. Got the wrong ball in his hand. It's just hooking a little bit too early for him. Got a 4-7-10. He's got 128 in the 8th. And a 7-count, big 7-count split. Needs a ball that goes a little bit longer. And then the gentleman on 20 looks like he's got a ball that's going too long. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of good bowlers here, and a lot of them are struggling. And the splits are starting to kick up again. Seeing a lot of red dots all over the place. Wow. Somebody on 17 and 18 has 5 splits. I don't know who he's following. He's following Eddie. Oof. Let's see how Jason Schaefer's doing. Jason Schaefer is one of the best left-handed bowlers in St. Louis. That kid puts so much turn on the ball. And again, he's another one I've known since he was itty-bitty. And most of your left-handers will play straight up the boards, up 5, 10, somewhere in there. He usually starts off at about 18 because he turns the ball so bad. Good kid, though. Big kid, but he's a good kid. He's one of, June Manetli. Eddie just stoned an 8-pin. Yeah, Jason Schaefer's a good kid. He's a big kid. He just won a tournament a couple of months ago, I think. He won one of these tournaments. Didn't Jason Schaefer win a tournament a couple of months ago? I think he did. Did Jason Schaefer win a tournament a couple of months ago? One of these? Oh, okay. I thought I saw it on Facebook, or not Facebook, YouTube. Eddie's not happy. That kept him out of the 240s. Yeah, that 8-pin kept him out of the 240s. He can now have 222. Across from him, I forget who it is. Left-hander's got about 250. Looks. Yeah, 248. And Eddie's got 220. See what else is going around. TJ's not carrying. Derek's not carrying. All of a sudden, we got everybody down by us, and there's empty lanes on the left side. I guess all the people that were bowling down there are now coming this way. Yeah, you heard Tom Grimm talking about Terry Jones. Terry has been a mainstay in the bowling world in St. Louis for a long time. Good bowler, friendly personality, good guy all around. Got lucky one night. I shot 707 against his 701, so I was very happy. Oh boy. Yeah, if anybody wants to show up at the Hall of Fame dinner on 10/22, I don't know when the cutoff date is for buying tickets, but it's $40 a person or $280 a table, and a table of 8, that is. It's going to be down at Andre's on Telegraph Road. I can't tell you how far down. But if some cousins are listening, I've already bought 2 tables, and we'll see you there if you show. I know if you're listening, Sandy and Sherry, I know you're going to be there. And let's see what we got. I changed balls. Yep. You change balls and move left. I don't know what the guy's name is. But he did change balls like I said he should, so I don't think he heard me. And it looks like we're winding down on game 6. Not seeing any really big scores, 248. Looks like down on 13 and 14 or 15 and 16. Got a 5-bagger. Possible 280 off the sheet. And I can't see any further down than that. Going the other way, there ain't no big scores down there. And on the pair right in front of me, on 21 and 2, we had 211, 222, 226, 220, and then a $1.55. So, scoring is generally different. Okay, now this is, are they in 7 now? Is that 7 on there? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Boy, did I make a mistake. I said game. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Top 16 again. In first place is Michael Hoddy with a plus 227. Second is Zach Wilkins with a plus 188. Third is Nick Pate with a plus 175. Shea Bitt in number 4 with a plus 171. Mike Dole is plus 167 in 5th. Tim Barron in 6th with a plus 163. Ronnie Fujita moved up. He's number 7, and he's got a 152. Robert Albrecht is plus 150. In 9th, Cameron Doyle. He's moving down the list. He's a plus 146. Mike Sapolis has made a good move. He's in 10th with a plus 114. Carl Williams is up to plus 113, and he's in 11th. Tony Resnick moved up from 16th down to 12th, or up to 12th, rather, at plus 109. Brian Kuykendall is plus 105. Eddie Bird is in 14th with plus 103. And 15th is Jacob Gens at plus 93. And rounding up the top 16 is Chase Rhodes from Hazelwood, and he's at plus 92. So there's been a change, a big change. A lot of people have dropped. A lot of people have went up. Chris Taylor's dropped to 26th. Matt Russo is up to 28th. Aaron Orange is down to 29th. Dave Cummings is up to 35th. Jason Schaefer's in 37th. Yeah. They got 74, and they got 74. Ooh, boy. Just to show you how important it is to be healthy when you do this. Greg, look. His wrist popped. He kept bowling. He ended up being minus 285. Now, he quit after 6 games. So, consequently, Eddie just had a messenger 10-pin. But that's how important it is to stay healthy, to stretch before you bowl, so that your body can adjust to what you're trying to do. Okay, Chris Taylor's got 220, so that'll get him. That's plus 24 for Chris Taylor. Ooh. Yeah, and I know who that guy is too, and I can't think of his name. Oh, gee, Manelli. I wish I could remember people's names.
Most of them I'm usually doing the kids.
I don't remember their names either.
More of them.
Yeah, it looks like Pete must have hurt himself too because he dropped. He was plus 59 after 4, I think. And let's see. Yeah, he dropped after 4 games. He was plus 59. So he apparently damaged himself in some way, shape, or form. Oh, wow. And here we go again. 170, 170, 220. Possible 171. Possible 215. Ooh. Eddie went through the beak and got a 5 count. Hey, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I don't see any really big scores. There's a on 14 and 15. Or is it 15 and 16? Yeah, 15 and 16. This guy's got 229 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. Nothing to the right of me. And they just started in front. Oh, Eddie picked up his split. So he didn't lose count. He's got strike 5 split spare, so he didn't lose count, so that's a good thing for him. And yeah, I gotta be rooting for him since he is my son-in-law. So, and let's see what we got. Yeah, 160. Yeah, like I said, on 19 and 20, you got 170, 170, 220, 160, and a possible 215. Right now, it looks like you got a possible 2-0, unless he strikes here. And a strike. Now he's got a maximum of 215. So you have 2 in the 200s. You know, have 3 in the buck 60s and 70s. So scoring is at a premium for many people here today. And let's see what the guys do right in front of us again. So with a 74-man field, or a 74-person field, they have 2 withdrawals. It's not a really bad thing. And both due to probable injury. See what we're doing. Oh, got a split. Double split for one of the guys. And I've seen him before, and I can't think of his name either. Ay, 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 ay. Yes, it's been a very interesting day watching this. The scores have been just different. Oh, good try. The scores have been just an odd mishmash of high scores with low scores. Nothing basically in between. I mean, not that 224 is a big score. Well, whoever had 229, looks like it's 229 in the 8th, 228. Looks like he's going to have 247. I would say anything over 235 would be a big score. Man, I haven't seen any big scores. So like I said, on 19 and 20 alone, you got $170, $170, $160, and then 224 and 215. So really, there's nothing to write home about. And it looks like Jones. Can't think of his first name. It's Terry Jones's. Terry Jones's son, I think. I could be wrong. I can't see down that far. But we'll catch it up on the next sheet. They're finishing up Game 7. Okay. I'm taking a drink while I'm not talking. So we got a 244. Looks like they had pretty good scores down there. You got 244, 220, 210. But on the other side, 220 and then a $1.50. It's either good or bad. I mean, this is amazing. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Nope. No, we can't. It's just amazing with the variance of the scores. I've never really seen a tournament. Now, maybe you have. I'm talking to the gentleman that's running the booth next to me. I'll call it a booth. It's not, but I call it one. I've never seen a tournament where you have very little middle, but low and high. Have you? I mean, this is really weird. I've never really seen a tournament like this, to where either you're on or you're off. There's no in between. I haven't seen a $1.90 in a long time. It was either a $1.80 and $1.70, or it was 220, 240. We'll be getting the scores from Game 7 here shortly. And we'll go from there. Boy, if I could just get rid of these allergies, I would breathe so much better. I got so much sinus drainage, it's collecting in my throat. We're getting there. Yeah, this is why Shanna did much down there either. So, well, Eddie's got a strike, 5 count spare, and 10-2. Somebody on 17 and 18's got the front three. And that's about it of what I can see. Oh, Jesus. Mary and Joseph. Eddie just stoned another 8-pin. That can take the wind out of your sails when you're trying to catch up. But it doesn't really look like anybody's doing anything. I think I know who that is. It's got the front three. He just stoned a 9. Yeah, he stoned a 6-pin. Yeah, he hit on the nose and he just left a 6, which he was lucky. Looks like the splits have calmed down again. We've only got two splits on 5 lanes around me, so, or 5 pairs. So it looks like they've calmed down a bit. But it looks like things are winding down. It looks like we hit another drop. Oh, not yet. Boy, these new scoring machines, they just floor me because there's all different kinds. Yeah, I really don't. I mean, do you remember the original automatic scores?
I've seen some old ones. I don't know which ones are original.
Well, the original ones, they had a console that was huge.
I think that's only Camelot console had.
They could have had one. I seen it down at in Jeff City at Concord Bowl, which used to be West Park or Westgate, when Goldschmidt had it. Then he sold it. Anyway, you had this console, and to bowl on 2 lanes, you had to take this button and push it up, and this button and pull it down. And then it projected up here, and it did a printout in the back. Oh, it was a monster to use and to be around.
They had a big console thing, but they did it all on its own.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the old green screens from the Brunswicks, they weren't really bad to work with. But this one here was a bloody monster. I mean, you moved this switch, you did this one. It was easier to keep your own score. You know, one of the oldest bowling centers in St. Louis is Saratoga. We used to have so much fun at Saratoga trying to bring the 10-pin back up the lane, because when you hit the 10-pin, it would automatically give you a deadwood. And I got it halfway, and I thought I did really good. And then Mike Crossman got up there, and he brought it all the way back underneath the settee seats. Oh, I got to get off here a minute. My wife is calling me and finding out if she's coming back. Back in a minute. Hey, I'm back. Had a phone call from my wife. She's going to be late to pick me up when everything's over, but that's okay. I get to talk to people. Saratoga's a lot of fun place to be. It's upstairs. One of the craziest places in St. Louis, the Bowl, with the old arcade lanes. Jim Lamson owned it. Those lanes he had was beautiful. Do you remember arcade lanes? Okay. Well, they were beautiful lanes. They were honey golden. He mixed oil with motor oil. Place burned down a few years ago. Oh, it was... Lanes 1 and 2 were the only two that were really good. 2 through 8 weren't worth a darn. But he used 30-weight motor oil to mix with the lane dressing. And it was just beautiful. He also told me how you could cheat with oiling the whole lane. But it was a fire trap. When you checked the lanes out, you weren't sure of how you should walk. Because when you went behind the machines, you could look through the holes in the floor and see the small engine repair shop below. Place burned down a few years ago. I guess Jim Lamson finally passed away because he was probably in his 80s before the place burned down. He told me his wife was very, very ill and he had to take her around. He built a toilet into the back seat of his Cadillac. Now that was, I never seen it. I'm only going by what he said. He wanted my wife, Andrea, to be the junior director. And I don't think he had any junior bowlers. He was a funny guy, but he was really friendly and nice. Another bowling alley that was really good was Old Stein Brothers. Stein Brothers was down at the corner of Hampton and Watson Road. I think it's a bank now. Bowled there once and shot 701. Oh, let's give credit for our sponsor, Tracy Palmero of Remax. You can contact her or call or text at 314-803-6245. And you're listening to the Match Play Championships at Concord Bowl. We are now in Game 8. We have 1, 2... Well, we got 2 threes, 2 turkeys down there, and we got a 4-bagger here. Eddie Bird just got a double. He's got 145 in the 7th. I think he's going to qualify in the top 16. And just to end up, remember the name, Tracy Palmero. She's an award-winning Remax realtor. Haven't seen her for a while either. She may be down at the other end talking to Larry Husky. Like I was saying before, these tournaments are handled by Reynold Blondin, Larry Husky, with the help of Denise Bennett. And they always do a good job. Do you help him a lot?
No, I do JVC where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
He asked me to do this one last week.
Well, the 3 of those really do a good job. Reynolds used to run the Grand Prix Tour and then the Senior Grand Prix. I bowled in that a few times when I could take steps. If I get my wrist fixed, I'll do it again just to support him. I'll be a donator. When I quit, I was averaging 177. It makes it tough when you remember averaging 225. And what do we got? Matthew Rizzo. Russo. And he gets a 10. Yeah, that's Matt. I know who that is. I couldn't place the face with the name, but now I see his face. I know who it is. Anyway. Four baggers done. 1 3-bagger's done. Got a 4-bagger and a 3-bagger toward my right. And what do we got down there? That's on 27 and 28. Well, the 4-bagger down there is done. He's got one, looks like 177 in the 7th. So he's got a good game going. And you've got 129 in the 7th because he just blew the turkey. And let's see what we got here. And let's see. Okay. Got 197 in the 8th and a spare in the 9th. He's got 240 off the sheet. And see if that's who I think it is. Nope, that ain't him. Ooh, almost picked a 4-9. See, now the splits have started up again. I mean, you've got 5 on 15, 17 and 18, you got 5. You got 3 on 19 and 20. You got a bunch of them here. Eddie Bird was even for the last game because they threw a 7-count split. Got 200 even. We got 239, 166, 163, and 200. Scores are just all over the place. Matt Russo has 129 in the 5th. He's got 279 if he punches. And the 4-bagger's gone down on, what is it, 14 and 15. That kid in the gray shirt that I can't remember, he bowls the Mulligan League in St. Charles at Plaza Lanes in the summertime. I can't think of his name. I bowled with him I don't know how many years. A couple anyway. Okay. Well, we got a 216 with a 9 in the 10th, spare in the 10th. We got a 230. And let's see. Yeah, really, the scores are just up and down. There's no in between. It's amazing. I mean, like I said, here on 21 and 2, you got 239 and a 200, and then you got 2 in the 160s. It's really weird. .236 on 25 and 6. And nothing close anywhere else. Got a 4-bagger down at 14 and 15. Looks like a strike 8 and 1. strike 8-1 and then 4-bagger. And we're going to be getting the update for Game 7 here shortly. Before we sign off, we'll make sure everybody knows the top 16 is coming back tomorrow. And tomorrow, again, you're going to have to put up with me and Alina again. We're going to do the live stream cast for you. Yeah, we'd really like to get the radio show back because that was a blast. And doing it for free would be just great. But you got to find a radio station that's willing to give you the time, and they'll sell you the time. But you got to go out and get the advertisers that want to support you. 1 hour show is about $1,000 to $2,000, and that'd be every week. So that's kind of a chunk of change right now for everybody. And Jason Schaefer, he's not doing well this time. Yeah, Jason's not having a fun time. Hi, Jason. He just gave me a weak wave and a smile. Looks like they might be a little slicker down there in the end. Even Terry Jones changed balls. Of course, he's on 31-2, and that pair usually hooks a bit. And Matt Russo just struck. So he's got a 4-bagger spare double, so he's got 279 off the sheet yet. Down to 14-15, we've got, looks like 28 in the second with a 5-bagger. So that's about a 258, 268 down there. I don't see anything else that's really catching my eye. Well, somebody at the ends has got 280 off the sheet. We got a 280 off the sheet down on 29-30. Can't see who it is, but okay, we have the update here for Game 7. Top 16. Michael Hottie, plus 242. Second, Mike Dole, 215. Third is Zach Wilkins at 208. Fourth is Tim Barrett at 201. Nick Pate is up at 299. It's fifth. Shea Bittenbender, sixth place at 179. Ronnie Fujita is up to 166. Cameron Doyle is 156. Robert Albrecht is in ninth place with 149. 10th is Mike Sapolis at 144. Carl Williams in 11th at 139. Aaron O'Brien has made a big move. He's up in 12th at 137. Brian Kuykendall is 131. Eddie Bird is in 14th with 125. Philip Watson is 125 and 15th. And last is John Solario at plus 116. So there's been quite a change. Eric Dakin went down to 18th. Tony Rezick went down to 19th. Chris Taylor to 21st. John Worth has made a move to come up, but he's in 22nd. Chase Rhodes dropped to 23rd. Brad Bowman to 24th. Aaron Orange, not Agent Orange. Aaron Orange got to 25th. Dave Cummings moved up to 26th. Shannon Grimm's in 28th. And Matt Russo's in 32nd, so he moved up. But that's it for right now. And we're going to get ready for the last update for Game 8. Matt Russo's got 279 off the sheet yet. And the 4-bagger, or the 5-bagger down there, he just left a 9 count. I'm not sure who it is, I can't see. And we got a 280 I don't think it's Shea Bittenbender. It's the guy in the purple shirt down there. I can't read his name from here. See what he does. Oh, no, that's on 31 and 2. Okay. I wonder if that's Shea Bitt with the 280 off the sheet. No, it wasn't. I can't tell who it is. It's okay. Okay, he's in the 270s right now. I can't tell who it is. Do you know the guy in the blue shirt and the hat down on 29? I can't see him from here. It's heck getting old. But he's got 280 if he punches now. Russo's got 4-bagger, 9 4-bagger, so he's still got. Yeah. Hey, Eddie. Who's the guy that's shooting 280? The guy with the blue hat right there. He just walked off at 29.
Aaron O'Brien.
Aaron O'Brien? Okay, it was Aaron O'Brien that just shot 280. I think Aaron's still got the house record at 869. Eddie Bird is tied with the last record of 268, or he had the last record at 268. I think Jason's given up. It really doesn't look like there's much going on with scoring. I mean, 221, buck 47, buck 84, buck 80, buck 82. Just all over the place. Well, there was one middle score, 199. Oh my gosh. 170, 210, 170, 230, 199. Oh. A crossover Jersey squasher. He's, where did I see him? Right here. Yeah, that'll bump him up a bit. Where'd you go?
I'm all over. I went down to that one, and then I came back over here.
Aaron O'Brien just shot 280 down there.
Yeah.
I didn't know who the kid was. I was going to ask you, but you never came back. You abandoned me. Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, Matt Russo's got the front, first and the 10th. Let's see what he does. And he's got the second one, so he's in the 270s right now. And Matt Russo he's at plus 43, so 79, we give him 122. 122, we kick John Solerio out, I think. Yeah, that would kick out John Solerio. So he's in the 120s now. Well, it can really change with a big score. I mean, Aaron O'Brien is, where at? Yeah, he's here. So he's plus 80, so that puts him at 217. Okay. Aaron O'Brien, 217. Matt Russo, 122. So Russo's up in 16th right now. Aaron O'Brien's moved up, but I don't know what anybody else has done, so. Looks like there's a 225 down there. Well, somebody had 236 over here. Phil Watson. Okay, well that'll, yeah. Yeah, we'll stick to you until everything's over. And make sure you get a good top 16 on the report. Yeah, just all over the place. I mean, Matt Russo shoots 279. Whoever followed him shot 204. Then in the other lane, you got 146 and 206 and a possible 188. I mean, it's just, the scoring has just been so odd. Then you got 230 down there, and the next guy down has got about $120. Maybe. This is just, it's amazing with the scores. I've never seen a tournament like this. Yeah. Yeah, he ain't gonna cut. He's way down. Yay, Jason. Yeah, Jason's not having a good game. But he's still smiling, so he's doing good. Yeah, he just made the comment of, I'm trying to stay plus. Oh, yeah. He's so, Jason Schaefer is so tall, he almost hits his head on this TV screen. You go, girl. Yeah, Jason just shot 178. He tripped a 3-pin. So we're getting there. We've got one. Looks like we're going to have about 2 frames and one down there. They're just finishing up down there. I think they just did. So we got 2 and 3. We got 3 and 4, and looks like 27 and 28. We're the only ones bowling yet. So we'll be back to close this out in just a few minutes. I got to give somebody some stuff. So be back in a minute. Okay, everybody, we're getting ready to wrap this all up with the last update. We still have it looks like two pairs yet that are finishing up. I think the two pairs were because of the breakdown of 23 and 24. And Tim Barron's up on that first pair down there, or the second pair down there from the end. Looks like it's either 3 and 4 or 5 and 6. It looks like he struck anyway. So we're getting there. We're getting near the end. We got one more bowler down here to the right. Looks to be on 27 and 28. Don't really see any big scores again. We just had that 280, and there was a 239 and 279, or 238 and 279. So it's still up in the air. Matt Russo shot 279, and that pushed him up at 122. But apparently John Solario was having about 220 off the sheet. And that would have put him plus 20 or plus 136. So it's real iffy as to who goes to where. And we'll see what's going on. And it looks like we may have 1 or 2 frames left down on.
No, they're in the 10th.
Are they done?
They're in the 10th.
Oh, they're in the 10th. Okay.
It was fun chatting with you today.
Well, thank you so much for sponsoring.
Absolutely.
And we've been trying to get your name out there.
Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll do it right now since I'm standing right next to you.
Would you like me to put on some headsets?
Sure, right here. Hello, Tracy.
Well, hello.
Oh, wait a
Exciting
second.
Day today. Exciting day today.
Yes, it is. And thank you again for sponsoring.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Now, just so you can hear me, and ladies and gentlemen who is listening in, this is Tracy Palmero. She
Close.
is a
Palmero.
Palmero. Okay.
It's not the first time I've heard Palermo, though. Palmetto, Palumbo, I've heard them all.
Ah,
So
yeah.
it's Tracy Palmero. I'm with Remax Best Choice.
That's right. She's with Remax. You can call or text her at 314-803-6245 for any of your realtor needs. She was boy, my mouth is getting tired. I've been talking all day. But she was the sponsor of the Match Play Championships going on today. They just cut to the top 16. I think we've got just 1 pair left, and they're in the 10th frame now.
Down there will be minus except for the one blue shirt that you know.
Okay, that's...
240 possible.
Okay, 240 possible. Yeah, well, he's in the top already, so that's...
The other ones are going to go in minus.
Yeah, that's Tim Barrett. He comes out of the Bill Straub program up in Nebraska.
Ah.
But anyway, he bowled juniors with my son.
Oh, nice.
And I met Bill Straub, I don't know how many years ago. He does, I was talking with my daughter, he is Nebraska Lincoln, and then Shirley Garms used to be Nebraska Omaha, but I don't know whether Shirley's still doing it or not. But I think she was a PWBA member at one time. I don't remember.
Wow.
But yes, thank you very much.
And my pleasure. You know, one thing that a lot of people don't realize, I am a local realtor here to St. Louis, but I can help people buy and sell homes, investment homes, second properties anywhere in the country, and in fact, in 87 other countries.
Oh, that's
the Remax network is wide and broad, and I am happy
What
to help
is your
someone.
award for?
So my award is the Platinum Club Award. I
Okay.
am in the top 1% of all of the Remax agents in North America. That's the United States and Canada.
Well, then you must be pretty good.
Well, I'm not terrible. We'll put it that way. So, yes.
Well, I
it's,
hope the market doesn't hurt you.
Well, you know, actually, it's a great time to buy or sell. And actually, as buyers, it's a better time now than it was last year, even though you're going to pay a little bit higher in your monthly payment with the new interest rates. But Chicken Little, the sky is not falling. It's actually a very normal market right now.
Okay.
We've been in a unicorn market for the last couple of years.
Oh, I'm sure.
So, so realistically, if you think back when I was a kid and I bought my first house, I was at 14.25%, and I was happy to have it.
Yeah.
So a 6.5–7% interest rate is not bad. What I tell my buyers is marry the house. Find the house that is the house for you. Marry that house and date the rate.
Yeah.
Come back and refinance when the rates
Well, here's
drop.
a question for you. How much problems are you being given by the scam artists?
Oh, well, you know, in any business, there's scam artists.
Yeah.
One piece of advice that I would give the listeners, if you're thinking about buying a house and you're going to talk to mortgage lenders, stay local. Stay with a mortgage lender that you can look at them eye to eye and really understand what their loan package looks like to you in the big picture. A lot of the lending companies that you hear online, or online mortgage lenders, I have a hard time with them because, number one, you typically aren't working with the same person throughout,
Right.
so it adds a lot of stress to the transaction. But not only that, there's a lot of hidden fees oftentimes.
Yep.
And so when you're talking with a local lender, which I work with 5 amazing, brilliant lenders that all have their special niche, and like I have a veteran lender that is so amazing doing veteran loans, VA loans. I have a lender that is so dialed in for first-time homebuyer grants that are available. All of my lenders are absolutely amazing. I would put my mama or my kids with any one of them.
And usually, when you get the people broadcasting for, we'd like to help you with your rate.
Well, I don't know about that, but if they
I'm
offer
getting
you
a
a
lot
rate,
of phone calls like that.
yeah, if they offer you a rate that seems too good to be true, there's definitely some hidden fees.
Then it is too big.
And it
good
is
to be
too
true.
good to be true.
Exactly.
That's right. So there are a lot of very creative programs out there. Some of my lenders have portfolio loans that are specific to first responders, specific to educators, specific to medical professionals. So there's a lot of opportunity out there to get a really good loan package. To get a house these days, you need 3 things. You need an amazing realtor, one that is knowledgeable not only about the area but about all of the different various aspects of the home buying process. You need an amazing lender, one that's willing to go to bat for you and send your file to underwriting prior to going out looking at any houses, so that you know absolutely you are dead on able to buy this house for this amount of money.
I got another question for you then.
Okay. Yes.
How do you deal with the different rules of each state?
Oh, that's a great question. So I am licensed in the state of Missouri. So I am very, very familiar with the state of Missouri laws and regulations regarding the transfer of real property. I have a network of friends and colleagues throughout the country. Literally any town that you would be interested in buying in a second home, an investment property, I could hook you up with an amazing top producing realtor that would be well versed in the local regulations and the state regulations.
Okay. Now, is there usually time limits in each state for how long it takes to get a house?
So typically that's a lender thing. Okay, so I have some lenders that can close a loan in 21 days. I have other lenders with different loan types, like a USDA loan. That's typically going to take a 45-day close.
Okay.
So going into it eyes wide open and knowing all of the answers, I've always felt coming from a place of knowledge is the best way to go about anything, especially buying real estate.
Now, do the points change?
So points are a great question because when the Fed started raising rates, we started seeing points written into loan packages. And that was how they were able to artificially keep them a little lower. You can pay points, which is a percentage of the purchase price, to lower the interest rate. So depending on how long you plan to stay in the house, it may or may not be a smart idea. If you plan to stay in that house 5 years or less, it wouldn't necessarily be something I would recommend. And I would venture to say that my mortgage lenders wouldn't recommend it either. But if you plan to stay in that house 10, 15, 20 years or 30 years and pay off that mortgage, then definitely buying down the points wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay.
There are some things, some key indicators in our economy that will help people understand when is a good time to refinance. Typically, historically, during an election year, just before the elections, interest rates tend to come down because whatever the presiding party is wants to paint the best picture possible. However, we are at this current time facing recession worries and things like that. So the powers that be are trying to normalize the market as much as possible. If we look back at the last couple of years, literally real estate was the foundation of our economy as as restaurants were shut down and as
Andrea.
as businesses were shut down. So real estate is truly a
Hold on a minute.
foundation of our economy. And so I don't think that we're ever going to see the 13-14% interest rates again, but I would not be surprised to see it hover around the 6 to 8% range for the foreseeable future.
Right, right. Well, I'm hoping it doesn't go back up to 14 to 18%.
Me too.
Because that destroyed many, many people.
It did. And, you know, you have to be really smart about how you buy your house, you know, not to go to the top end of what you're able to borrow.
Right.
It makes a lot more sense to look for the house with wallpaper. Invite your friends over and buy a couple of pizzas and a 6-pack of beer and turn on the music and make memories, right?
Exactly.
While you take down that wallpaper and make the house yours. Another thing to consider is when you buy that house that's already been rehabbed, you're going to be paying property taxes on that new higher price that you pay for that house being already done. So if you look for the house with wallpaper, put in your own new fixtures, take down that wallpaper, change out your flooring, you've got basically a brand new house.
Oh, yeah.
And you're not paying property taxes on it forever.
That's one of the things that the government keeps messing with. You get a new house built, and then all of a sudden, 3 blocks away, your house goes up, even though it's a totally different house.
Totally different house, but you know we have micro communities. So we're sitting in the community of St. Louis. A micro community would be this Sappington, Concord area. Right. And even smaller micro communities would be subdivisions within that area.
That's my problem.
Yes, it tends to be a lot of people's problems, subdivisions, but there are good and bad about HOAs.
Oh no, we have a city. Yeah, we're the city of Winchester.
Oh, okay, Winchester.
640 acres. Yeah, 640 acres and 607 houses.
Oh, golly. Okay, so you're packed in pretty tight.
Oh, yeah, we're tight.
Yes, so there's a lot about real estate, and one thing that I tell people all the time is that learners lead and leaders learn. I'm constantly learning new things, perfecting my craft, perfecting my skills, learning more about different things about real estate so that I can be the trusted advisor of my clients.
Well, here's a question for the people that maybe want to start a business. Do you do business or business property as well?
I do.
Okay.
I do commercial property, residential
That's what I was
property,
trying to think of,
commercial. Yes, I do land, commercial, and residential.
Okay. So you do farmland as well?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Horse
So
properties, lake properties, income-producing properties like short-term rentals, Airbnbs, things like that. I do it all.
Okay, good.
All right.
Well, hopefully we got enough out there for you.
Well,
so
thank you
people
so
that
much.
need something that they can come to you.
Fantastic. Again, I'm Tracy Palmero with the Palmero Home Team at RE/MAX Best Choice. You can reach me on my cell at any time, 314-803-6245.
And bowlers, if you're out there listening to this, you need to pay attention because, you know, she did sponsor the tournament. So if you got any business you can throw away, you go ahead and give it to her.
I sure would appreciate it.
Now, we're going to be here again tomorrow. Are you coming tomorrow?
I'll be here tomorrow.
All right.
We've got a big check to hand out tomorrow.
Yes, you do. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to...
And I'm going to be handing out a $500 check here in just a minute.
Oh, what?
Yeah, the top dog at this point in the tournament.
Okay, good.
So I said, you know, it doesn't make any sense not to hand out a ton of money on the first day. We got to hand out some money, man.
Well, that's right.
And Larry was gracious enough to say, let's do it.
Well, I'll tell you what right now. Larry Husky, Reynold Blondin, and Denise Bennett, they have done a heck of a job in the St. Louis area for tournaments.
Absolutely. They're amazing. So Larry and I have a friend, a common friend that introduced us. And that friend changed Larry's life. That friend changed my life. And I believe that we are put together with people that we are supposed to be put together with to learn something new about ourselves or about the world.
Reynold Blondin has been a mainstay of the tournaments in St. Louis. He's a great guy. He supported my newspaper through thick and thin.
Love it.
Okay.
Love it.
So if I ever come back to bowling, I know I'm going to be a donator, but I'll give him I'll give him money.
Fantastic. Good. It's been a pleasure chatting with you.
Well, you too. You take care of
so
yourself.
much.
Okay. We'll see you tomorrow.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, you will.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, everybody. That was Tracy Palmero. I said it right that time. And like she says, she's with Remax, and she sponsored the Match Play Championships. And if you need something in realty, whether it's commercial, whether it's private, whether it's just investment properties, give her a call or a text at 314-803-6245. We'll be back in a minute once we get the update, and we'll let you know from there. Okay, everybody, we got the final standings. Let me get my glasses on here so I can see what I'm reading. And we'll go with the top 16 finalists, which is going to change a little bit, it looks like. Wow. Okay, everybody, here we go. Okay, first place, Tim Barrett, plus 249. Michael Hoddy. Second place at 241. Third is Zach Wilkins at 223. Fourth is Nick Pate at 220. Fifth is Aaron O'Brien at 217. And Shea Bitt is sixth with 193. Mike Dole, seventh place at 181. Eighth place is Ron Fujita at 179. Ninth is Mike Sapolis at 165. Phil Watson is 10th with 163. Robert Albrecht is 11th with 161. Cameron Doyle is 12th at 150. Brandon Rice from Belleville is 149 and 13th. 14th is John Solario, 130 over. Eddie Bird is 15th at 125. And Tony Resnick moved up. He is 16th at 123. And as you heard, that Tracy's going to present a check. All right, hold on.
17th position, Matt Russo, plus 122. In 18th position,
They're going down to 24th now?
For payment.
For payment, okay.
Jake Gins, 19th at 114.
Okay, they're paying down to 25 spots, but the sub 16 come back tomorrow. 17th is Matt Russo with 122. 18th is Carl Williams with 119. 19th is Jacob Gens at 114. Brad Bowman is 20th at 114. 21st is Cuddy Elrich. Phew. Boy, I messed that one up. From Hazelwood at 112. 23rd is Eric Dakin, 101. And 24th is Dave Cummings at 89 over. And 25th and last for payout is Chris Taylor from St. Charles at plus 83.
51 over. Now, in 9th through 16th positions.
That's it. Okay. All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening in. And we'll be back tomorrow with another live stream broadcast of the finals of this year's Match Play Championships at Concord Bowl, sponsored by Tracy Palmero of Palermo Realty, a RE/MAX agent of one of the top 1% of her sales. She handles all kinds of realty. So if you have any realty needs, please call or text Tracy Palmero at 314-803-6245. And we'll talk to you all later. Bye-bye.